how are you? Do you just not
Good.
have your... Oh, yeah, I am, aren't I?
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you. Quite low, though. Wait,
I'm quite
go
low.
again. Oh, no, there we go. No, you're good.
Okay. So,
Can you hear me okay?
yeah, I feel like I can hear you.
Is it scratchy?
It's a little bit scratchy, actually. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you well. Let me see. Is that better or worse?
No, that's no different. It's just kind of the same.
Oh, okay. Weird. It's like a proper microphone thing, and it's not very good.
Oh my god.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
tanta gente. Non ci facciamo prendere dall'entusiasmo.
Allez, bien en gestion, cardio est bon, c'est parfait.
Mi è venuta una vescica. Fa un male cane.
Aïe. Ah, ça va pas du tout cet orteil.
Ce l'ho fatta! È finita!
An absolute pleasure to be back on the UTMB World Series. There's the man.
Oh.
The world is watching. We're live.
Merci à tous d'être présents.
That gap is melting.
Bonjour à toutes, bonjour à tous et bienvenue.
Allez, c'est parti. What a race.
The mountains are calling now.
Il y a de l'UTMB index au mètre carré. And it is not over.
Oh no.
Insane.
That was fast.
Welcome our champion. Oh man. Wow. Oh, one of the big jobs. Yes! Good work, Rod. Good work.
Juste cette année, voilà, ça c'est un bon paire de mollets à suivre, ça on peut dire, sans problème. Et puis je pense qu'on va prendre, on a déjà pris l'antenne peut-être pour le live.
Hello, folks. How are you? Welcome, welcome, welcome. We are here at the start line of 2025 Nice Côte d'Isola, here in this beautiful, beautiful part of the world. We are at the start line here in Iran. It is going to be kicking off in just over 13 minutes. My name's Mael Backhausen. I'm here with Jackie Bell. Jackie, how you doing?
Good morning or good midday, everyone. It looks a little bit chilly there at the race, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's going to be a very, very fresh race unfolding today, but incredible experience for the runners. We have been told that as the night happens, it's going to be way below freezing temperatures. It's definitely below freezing up above 2,000 meters, and it's going to be definitely one of those experiences for these runners that everyone dreams of. But yes, it's going to be great. It's going to be great. So here we are. This is an incredible race, Jackie. A real monster, to be honest. It is, as they say, runs from the mountains to the Mediterranean. This 100-mile course is, yes, very, very tough, and it has, just over 8,000 meters of elevation in the 159 kilometers of the event, and yeah, we're going to be kicking off at 1 p.m. local time, so that is just over 12 minutes away, and it's going to be a real showdown out there.
So last year they had 576 starters, and of that there was 399 who finished, which isn't too bad. So it was 177 DNFs last year.
Yeah, and as you can see, this is the course here, starting in Iran. It has a little uphill then down, a big climb coming out of town there as they get right into the mountains. And we are going to be able to follow these runners for the first 40 kilometers of the race today in this live stream session, and then we will let them run through the night, and we'll pick them up again later on. So we will get them just probably before that point there at Route de Tignes. And then it's a huge mission here as they work their way back to the coast, back to the township of Nice. They get high up in the mountains and drop back down a little bit, and then they get right back up into the higher points of the mountains, as you can see here, up in the 2,000 meters, 1,600 meters, and then they work their way back down lower and lower as it goes. From they have a starting point and a starting elevation of around about just over 1,500 meters, and then they work their way back down to sea level, obviously back down in Nice. And yeah, you can see here that the elevations as they move through these checkpoints just get lower and lower and lower, moving from 580 there, Espermont, down to 89 at Drap. And yeah, Col de Chimens is again lower at 329, and then obviously the finish at Nice. So you can see there, mountains to the Mediterranean. Pretty epic looking course,
Tough course.
Jackie?
Doesn't seem to really let up on those mountains though.
Yeah. And you can see here, you start minutes away. As you mentioned before, Jackie, it does look pretty cold. There's a lot of long sleeves going there. A lot of chilly-looking people kicking around, getting ready.
Well, they're predicting it to be pretty cloudy all day, and I think it might rain in the later afternoon, about 4 p.m. through till midnight, they said. But I guess for the runners, we hope it stays a little bit sunnier.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Definitely different conditions to last year. We saw runners have pretty good conditions as they move through the night. A little bit chilly for sure, but this looks like it's going to be a real battle with the elements out there also. So it looks like you can just see.
This is the first race of the weekend kicking off, isn't it? And then there's another 4 or 5 events.
Yep, there's going to be, we're going to be joining back on the live stream again tomorrow morning, and we'll be covering the remainder of the 100 mile. We'll be covering the 50k and the 100k as well. So yeah, it's going to be a really good weekend of racing out here. Nice Côte d'Azur by UTMB is an incredible festival. Obviously, Nice is becoming, has been known as a bit of an endurance mecca of the endurance sports world. There's Stephanie Case there standing on the start line, one of our regular commentators of the UTMB World Series. Big shout out to Steph. She's going to be right at home in these mountains and these conditions.
So respect, please, everybody. Respect. Make sure you leave nothing on the ground.
How do you think this is going to be shaping up, Jackie? I reckon. Oh, we've got the top 3 women here. Sophia Schnabel, she is lining up again here, looking like she's had a bit of a run out there already this year, but there's a bit of a gap in between the results from 2023, 2025 and her. Just in rollback in Norway. Again, she's already done that 100 miler earlier on this year in 2025, the Arctic Triple Foten Ultra Trail. So she's going to be well equipped for this distance already. Michaela Lishovac coming in here with the highest UTMB index, favourite female of the race, completed a Mozart 100 by UTMB earlier on this year for second place there. That's another 100-mile category race.
You'd be feeling confident after that, you'd think.
Yes, I think that's a big one to have in the bag already. And yeah, you just practice so much in those 100-milers that you can then learn from and apply in different 100-milers as the year unfolds. I think definitely some keen beans on that start line, Jackie.
Are you the type of guy to rock up to a race right on time, or do you give yourself a good hour or so?
Oof, definitely not an hour, but definitely try to rock up on time. Here we go, the top 3 males. Camille Comminet, he is coming in here, third favourite. Yo Baudet, again, 25 years young, 8:42 UTMB index is definitely up there, and you can see he's done a few races this year already, so it's going to be interesting to see how he goes.
Emma, do I look like the cameraman?
And we have Oceania. He is coming in here in Challenge to Montcalm. That is not one of the biggest races, but he did complete the Madeira Island Ultra Trail 115, and he won that race earlier on. This race going to be someone with the skills and ability to go the distance, especially in the mountains. So it's going to be very interesting to see how these runners start the race and work through the night. I'd imagine, Jackie, if you could find a partner to run through the night with in this race with these conditions, it's going to be a big benefit there.
They'd be a keeper. So, is there any of these competitors, have they competed in this before and done well?
You know, Nico, getting everyone ready. Not a lot of these have done this field race before. Not within their result.
Yeah.
Before, so look at this, getting the women standing up. So, this is fantastic. So I'm gathering here that they are celebrating the women starting this race. Just over 2 minutes at the start here, folks. That you enjoy this start line ambience and the other nervous tension that all these runners seem to be carrying a little bit of as they get ready for this start to kick off in just under 2 minutes now.
They're in for a big day out there. At least 20 hours, I guess.
Big day, yeah. It's going to be, it's going to be one epic way to find your way all the way back to the Mediterranean. That's for sure. But when you do get back there, it is a pretty beautiful sight. Pretty beautiful sight. So I'm sure they're all thinking of that very deeply.
And it's a bit of a unique start time to midday.
Yes, definitely unique. You'd want to take the Friday off and have a good excuse to which I think run 100 miles through the mountains is not a bad one. That's cool. Here we go, folks. Just under a minute to go now. As we stand here, so 1,500 meters at the start line of the Nice Côte a UTMB 100-mile race. With our 3 favourite women standing on the front line there.
And this is the 4th year that they're holding this race.
Yeah, it is great. Oh, and they're off. Here we go, folks. No way. 25, Nice Côte is rolling.
The flattest section they'll be running all day, I'd say.
Yes, absolutely. Leaving the township. It's a beautiful town, actually. It's a beautiful township nestled in the mountains. Wow, there are so many long sleeves, so many buffs, so many pairs of gloves. They are really getting ready for a long, cold night out there.
It looks like the sun's trying to sneak through a little bit for them.
Yeah. I mean, for a 1 p.m. local time start, as they head out of town here, they work their way up along this road for a little bit before they hit the single track. So it gives everyone a bit of time and a bit of space to spread out, and allows that big group of people to work onto the single track a lot easier as a group. So yeah, getting in the early stages of their big journey ahead as they make their way. See some of our favourites here lined up, taking out the race at the very beginning. This is it. Hey, Jackie, this is letting out all that very nervous heartline energy in his first early kilometres.
Yeah, the first few Ks of 100 miles is always so much nervous energy. I feel like my heart rates are always through the roof those first few K.
Yeah, especially when you have such a big race ahead with this, 8,000, just over 8,000 meters in 100 miles, and you have reports that there is snow up high. It's going to be below zero, freezing temperatures as the evening gets longer and longer. So it's going to be really a real battle with the elements out there. And that's incredible. You can see here our one of our favorites of the race there, Jackie, Paul Chauvink. He's already just putting that buff over his face and over his ears and his head, basically, which is is a sign of how cold it must be down there already. So it's super interesting.
And I mean, they're getting up. So right now, do you know what the elevation is? Because they're getting up to what, 2,600 and something meters.
Yeah, so the start line elevation is just above 1,500 meters. So it's like 1,592 meters at the start there, and then they climb up a couple of hundred meters in that first kind of 4 kilometers, then they descend back down to just above 1,000 meters, and then they really climb up into the mountains and start to hit that 2,500 meter point. And that's in the that's all within the first 20 kilometers. They get up to above 2,500 meters in the first 20 kilometers. So yeah, it's they do get up pretty high pretty early, really. So yeah, all is happening here in these very very early kilometers of the race. We had our lead female there, and actually favorite of the race with the highest UTMB index, Michaela Lishakova from Slovakia. So yes, she is taking it out early. Paul Shavik.
How do you think Michaela will stack up? How do you think Michaela will stack up against Courtney's time from last year? I mean, she's chasing a pretty quick time. Courtney won last year in 21 hours and 35 minutes.
Yeah, it's well, when you look at, say, like the performance index of Michaela compared to Courtney, it would suggest that Courtney would definitely be able to run a much faster time based off the performance index compared to Michaela. So I would say that that time Courtney put down would be it's like an exceptionally good time. She came second overall in the race last year, second to Christopher Clement. So yeah, I mean, that in itself was a huge thing, and so it's going to be really interesting to see what can be done out there today compared to that time from last year. As every race every year is, hey, it's always interesting to look back. But I think the conditions are going to be a lot tougher this year than they were last year as well. So
it's not your first rodeo, because you followed the race last year, didn't you?
Yeah. Martin and myself, we commentary of the race last year. So so from memory, it was just like, they definitely didn't have the snow, and they definitely didn't have the freezing cold temperatures, like the extremes that we'll be experiencing out there this time. So yeah, we'll see how it unfolds for sure.
Oh, there's some blue sky.
Yeah, there's definitely going to be elements of the blue skies. So I'm sure they'll enjoy all of those moments as they unfold. But we
sounds like there's some goats up there in the mountains too.
Yes, we do love the wildlife around here. But we are going to take a short break, and we are going to leave you with these images from the beautiful Township as we roll into the earliest.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
chunky runners, but use the soap.
You finish your race and your hands are nice and soft. How good is that?
You do?
Yeah. Just hanging out in Canada. All right, folks, we are back here at the Nice Côte by UTMB. We are standing here with you at the start line of the 100-mile race. This is the second wave. We just saw off the first wave with our potential winners. Most likely our winners will be in the first wave. They do make sure that they can start a bit more up front and make sure that they do get into that wave. So this is the second wave here, the 100-mile in the township of Rabuons, and they are sitting just above 1,500 meters elevation. You can see here there are a lot of cold-looking people on the start line. They are definitely feeling fresh and ready to go and get this race going.
Yeah, it's going to be cold on that start line.
Yes, it is looking very cold. Now, folks, we need you to jump on the chat as well and make sure that we can see you in the chat. If you are around, let us know where you're coming from. Let us know who you're supporting, and we want you to get involved with the chat, get the gifts going.
Oh, here we go.
So get ready for the Myra.
Second group's slightly less serious than the first.
Love this day.
I'd say a lot of these guys are out there just to finish today.
Well, that's it. That's it, Jackie. I think a lot of people are, out here for different reasons, and yeah, having the second wave with a little less seriousness with wanting to be at the front of the race comes with a little bit more action. Hey. Right, so folks, are you there on the chat? Let us know. We would love to hear from you, and let us know who you're supporting, who you're out there for. It'd be great. Great to see what you've got with your gift game. You love the gifts. Happy Friday to everyone, and watch this second wave as they dream out of town here. We're going to have a race of 15 minutes in the first start wave. Just we're getting the space between everyone. Okay, I'm just so impressed with the attire that people are wearing at the start line. They look so cold already.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Well, the start line sounds pumped, doesn't it? Oh, I think he's getting a bit emotional. Well, he hopefully is saving some of those emotions for in the race.
Yeah, a lot of time and energy goes into preparation for something like this. You can only imagine that this is going to be a moment that these people have been thinking about for weeks and months, and they've just maybe even years. They get ready to kick off this journey back to the Mediterranean.
And I mean, people have come from all around the world for this event. There's, I think, 77 different nationalities are here competing.
Yes. Huge spread.
Oh, they're off.
Here we go. Second start wave.
Wave number 2.
Big crew as well. Look at that. Huge amount of people. They roll out of the township here.
The anticipation and adrenaline would just be pumping through your body at this point.
Yeah, and I dare say a lot of people are just happy to get moving because it looks pretty fresh on that start line there, and there's a lot of jackets, a lot of.
You know, it's interesting with that midday start because, I mean, half the battle of ultra racing is food and who can keep their food down the best, but then another element is sleep. So it might benefit some people having that sleep in today, but then other people might find it tough heading into 2 nights. Oh, here we go, back to the lead runners.
Yeah, absolutely, hey. Yeah, look at this. There's a pack of 6 that are kicking off the front of this race, early days. Actually, that might just be a pack of 5 and 1 cameraman running in there. So, yeah, that would be the lead pack of 5 gentlemen all together as they roll into the early parts. Yep, you can see the split screen here. That is definitely a cameraman at the very, very front, ahead of the lead pack of 5 humans. Leading the charge there is our favorite of the day, Paul Chavink.
He's looking nice and comfortable there, that's for sure.
Yeah, early days, pretty chill. He's definitely taken that buff off from around his kind of head and his ears and stuff, so he's obviously warmed up a little bit more, which is good to see. And yeah, there's a bit of blue sky in the far background there, which is it's going to be beautiful up high though, Jackie. Saw a couple of photos of the high points of the race today. It's just it's a wonderland up there. Man, as they work their way up these early open trails. This is pretty cruisy start. You can see that everyone's running this climb, which is definitely a slight climb as they work their way into the mountains. They're going to be climbing for just approximately the first 5 or so kilometers, and then they've got a pretty steep downhill into the first timing point and the first aid station, really, and that's a Refuge de Rabuons, when that will be at approximately 8 kilometers. So, yeah, it's early days. We've got the drone capturing this crew traverse along this mountainside, which is and they're moving pretty fast too. They've definitely got a solid movement on. enjoy this clip here, folks. The best of Nice by UTMB 2024. This is a look back at the 2024 edition of the race and everything that this race has become known for and recognized for on this circuit, this UTMB World Series. All right, Jackie, that was a look back at the edition last year, and it's an incredible place to do an ultra, and they have got a lot of people that have been inspired by the edition of last year and the other years before. This is the fourth year of this event taking place. So the fourth edition is this year in 2025, and it's definitely drawn the attention of a lot of people. Jackie, I'm going to reel off a few stats here of this event. You know, they're going to welcome about 6,300 runners to all 6 races here this weekend, with 23% of those are going to be women, which is great to see, a slight increase in the women participation compared to 2024 in the race here. Huge contingent of French, with about 76% of the participants being French, and 96% of this race is made up of people from the European continent. So very Euro heavy, very French strong in this race. And you can see this is the first kind of major downhill. As I was saying, they climb for about the first 5 kilometers of the race, and then they have a steep little descent as they work their way down to the first timing point. As you can see there, they've just gone 5 kilometers, and this is the chase pack just off the main lead pack of the race for the front of the men's field. They will get their first checkpoint, which they do get to have crew at, Jackie, at 8.1 kilometers, so not far away, which is very early into the race to be able to see your crew for the first time, which I'm sure it's only been probably less than 40 minutes by the time that happens. I'm sure some people would be very happy to see their support crew already. I've just lost your sound there a little bit, Jackie, so I can't hear you right now, but that is totally fine. As we move along some of this sweet single track early on in the piece of this race, this is a bit of a downhill section that you can see is getting a little bit more technical than that open road that we saw earlier on in the climb. Beautiful shot there. Thanks, drone pilot, as they descend down through the trees. So that is working with all of the Beautiful. We're using all of the great abilities of technology out here. So big shout out to the crew on the ground, as well as the people in the studio helping out, pulling this live stream together. Another one for the series, the UTMB World Series of 2025, which has been incredibly exciting so far and only gets more exciting as the weekends roll on. So a big contingent of people getting out here this weekend in this very, as I said before, very famous part of the endurance world in Nice. And our camera runner here is just picking up our lead female of the 100 miler early days, Michaela Lishakova, leading the race here. So stoked for our cameraman to wait and grab that footage for us. Thank you very much. This is we're just jumping back between the first female here and also the chase pack at the front of the race, not too far ahead of this very point right here. This is just gone about 5 kilometers as they start to descend for another 3 kilometers or so to the very first aid station, and the very first point we'll get a bit of an idea of the spread of the race, which is not hard to tell is pretty tight still at the front end. So we're working on, oh yeah, and here we go. This is our second place female, which I've not been able to identify just yet, but as I said, we are going to be able to get a timing point of these runners very, very shortly within the next few kilometers, and then we'll be able to get a really good understanding of who is where and what the spread is so far after a little bit of uphill, a little bit of descending, and the first 8 kilometers of this epic 100 miler having been complete. Such a beast of a course this is, as we've said numerous times, and we'll say many times before, it's got just on 8,200 meters of elevation, which over 100 miles is definitely a lot. The famous UTMB Mont-Blanc 100 mile is 171 kilometers with 10,000 meters of elevation. Probably, I think, the highest on the UTMB World Series at 10,000 meter elevation number is massive for a 100 miler. Making sure that everyone knows that also includes 10,000 meters of downhill, and that is sometimes the harder part than doing all the uphill climbing. And so this race here, having 8,200 meters of elevation gain is an awful lot, and it would definitely have a little bit more downhill than uphill, because they start at 1,500 meters elevation and they finish down at sea level. So it's got a little bit more down than up in this event. Jackie, we got you there. Not yet, but that is okay. You can see here, folks, a little bit of an elevation profile in the bottom left hand corner. You can see they are working their way down the first major downhill of the day here. We've got some beautiful drone footage of the terrain that these runners are moving through right now. early stages. I'm sure everyone's going to be very, very stoked and happy that they are moving along right now after a very fresh start. They're going to be warming up nicely, and it's going to be a long afternoon before they make their way into a very cold and long night. I think the night will be, the feeling of the night is going to be extended due to the conditions that these runners are likely going to face up high. So it's going to be, it's going to be great to see this amazing crew make their way from the mountains to the Mediterranean, which these people have no doubt prepared many, many months for. I can't imagine anyone's shown up to the start line without any preparation to a race like this, Jackie.
You'd hope not. I mean, they'll really be feeling if they do that.
Yeah, absolutely. So a couple of people getting on the chat, so big shout out. Thanks a lot for getting on there. Pilar says, let's go Tatiana. Kate is cheering on Florian, which is awesome. Telenet colleague, well, I hope he called in sick today. That would be weird if he didn't. If he's online, if Florian's online, tell your boss at Telenet that he's probably double multitasking out there. Big shout out to Davey.
This single track looks super fun.
Yes, definitely, definitely. It's looks like a beautifully manicured European switchback single track. That is quintessential European trail running right here. Beautiful in the forest as well.
Looking forward to seeing these front runners head through the checkpoint as well. It's always so interesting seeing how quickly they smash through there and their processes and systems they have with their crew.
Yeah, especially early in this race. And again, it's a very early point where these runners can get assistance from their crew. So that's really interesting to see that so early on these runners get to get some assistance from their crew after only 8 kilometers. But you know, it's a really good thing. I think it would be very handy. A lot of people kind of maybe start out with something they feel is the right option in terms of gear or clothing, and after that first 8 kilometers, you know, just under an hour of running, they're going to, you know, maybe want to change something up or just make a little adjustment before they move more and more into this race. Because you don't want to, if you're not feeling comfortable with something, you definitely want to make sure that you change that up sooner rather than later, and get it sorted, because it's a very long day out there if you're doing it in something that is not very comfortable for you, especially when you're doing 100 miles and you're going to move through the night and going to need to be feeling great when the morning rises the next day. So here we are, folks. 2025 Nice by UTMB, part of the UTMB World Series. As we move through these early stages of the race, we've covered maybe just over 6 kilometers here in the 100 miler, and we are going to pop to a quick break, and we'll be back with everyone in just a moment.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
It's a trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Hello, folks. Welcome back. We are here live with you with the 2025 Nice by UTMB. We are in the early stages of this incredible 100-mile race, which takes these runners from the mountains to the Mediterranean. We are here with our lead female of the 100-miler at the moment, Michaela Lishakovac. And we did have a little bit of footage earlier on with our second female, who, thanks to the crew in the chat, Elaine Cheatham, is who we have been able to identify them as. So big shout out to the people in the chat for helping us out with that identification. Really, really appreciate it. You folks are legends, and we really appreciate having you as part of this event, as these runners, the head of the race, they make their way down into the first township they have seen since the start, and they are going to be getting some crew assistance at this point of the race, 8.2 kilometers into the race. They'll be getting some crew assistance. Saint Etienne Station is their timing point and their first aid location. As mentioned, they will see their crew here as well, which is very early for getting a crew spot in this race, but it's going to be very welcomed, I'm sure. Early stages of the race here, and you can see we are here with our lead male, Paul Shavinik. And he is accompanied by a couple other gentlemen. Early on in this race, there was a pack of 5 of them running up that very first uphill out of town, out of the start line. So that is a good sign. It hasn't broken too open too soon, and let's hope that these guys stick together as the night unfolds, because it's going to be a cold one. It's going to be a long night out there. This is cool. How great is that? The atmosphere is
Madge, I
pumping
think I'm back
here.
with you.
Nice, Jackie. Good to see you here. As we see a few different strategies rolling through the first aid station. Some people are stopping, but these 2 gentlemen have just blasted right on through, which is cool.
No rest for the wicked.
Nah, just no need to stop at that very first aid station with that crew. yeah, no need to stop for some folks. They just kind of motor on through and just get on with the day. So that is that's fair enough. Definitely fair enough.
They seem to be having a bit of a chat as they jog along.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is going to be one of those things that could make or break someone's race if they can find someone to move with through the night and get this challenging part of the night done.
I think my favourite part would be definitely running through with the crowds cheering. It would just give you such a boost.
Yeah, it's definitely it's an uplifting moment when you get to move through a township like this and get a lot of support. This is a really cool crew down in Saint Etienne. Really good to see the local crew come out and be a part of it. It's a big shout out to those people on the ground taking the time and effort to do that. You can see this is this lead pack here of 4 gentlemen has already regrouped again after 2 of the guys just kind of blasted through that first aid station. So we would say that is yes.
I'll be intrigued to see how long these guys keep powering up the hills here without using any poles or anything.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see when they do break out the poles. I know a lot of those guys are carrying them. You can see also a lot of them have the gloves on, the pole gloves, ready for the action. That was Theo Lebedeau leading the front of the race there, and we saw him just charge through that very first aid station alongside what we believe is probably Camille Tominet. And this is our lead female coming down.
Oh, yeah. So a few people in the chat have mentioned second place woman Ellen Chesham. So Ellen mustn't be too far behind.
Yeah, big shout out to the crew in the chat for helping out with that. And as we have seen for the majority of this race so far, our lead female, Michaela Shakova, is leading the race here. So that is a big shout out to them as they take on this early part of the race. She does have the highest UTMB index of the event, as we identified at the beginning of the race here. So it's going to be interesting to see how she can go and hold on with making that early charge at the front, taking control of the race there.
It's always such a different race, isn't it, leading from the front and trying to hold that out the whole day versus sort of just slotting in behind second and staying on their tail.
Yeah, absolutely. She had a crack at the Mozart 100 by UTMB earlier on this year, so that was at the beginning of June, and had a great run out there. Came second in the females category out there at Mozart. 5,800 meters of elevation, and she did that in just under 14 and a half hours. So, that's a very solid training. Well, I don't want to say training run because it was a race, but it was definitely a very solid race and a very solid outing, which no doubt would prepare you pretty well for an event like this one unfolding in front of us, the 100-mile here at Nice by UTMB.
I'm sure that gave her a nice confidence boost as well coming into this.
Yeah, it would be a very, very good way to be able to kick off that summer of racing with the second place out at a race like that out in Austria, which is a race that's also been around for quite a while. This one here, Nice by UTMB, in its 4th edition, with a huge turnout, 6,300 runners across the 6 different distances that will be out here this weekend. And we'll be able to see a lot of that action. We're following the 100-miler until the evening tonight, and then we will have a break and start back up again tomorrow morning as we see the first images of the 100-milers as they've gone through the night. Then we will also have the 50-kilometer race and the 100-kilometer race as well unfolding. So tomorrow is going to be a big day of action as we see these extraordinary runners take on these mountains. Well, it's such a great atmosphere down here in Saint Etienne as they get around these runners. Passing through the first aid station here. Oh, yep, she has some crew. This is awesome. Look at this. Ready and waiting with some bottles. Boom, boom, in and in. Dropping the 2 empty soft flasks. There's some electrolytes there that he's obviously making sure that she grabs. But you can...
She's taking a little bit more time than what I would have thought.
Yeah, got it done though. I'm sure that is going to be a little. Oh, look at this, crewing and then getting on the content. That's someone with the skills, you know. That's a good crew person.
I wonder if that's.
They can do crewing.
He might.
And then.
He might be well experienced if that's her husband or something. He might be well trained at these events.
Yeah, absolutely. That's I tell you what, I hope he's getting paid well. That is a solid job there. And here we go, Steph Case coming into the township here, Saint Etienne. She's looking cool, calm and collected. Second woman is what we believe, so that is going to be great. We'll get a bit of an update with the timing point as she moves through here very, very soon. Steph had a win at the Ultra Trail Snowdonia by UTMB 100 kilometer earlier on this year. A very memorable outing. Dishing out some high fives. Nice work, Steph.
So Stephanie's from Canada, where you are at the moment.
Yeah, she is from Canada. Oof, looks like another female here in at the aid station has had a bit of a tumble. That looks like a decent bit of mud down the legs there. Oh, bit of chaos going on at that aid station. It is getting busy.
That looks like an interesting concoction on the table there to fill up. Must be an electrolyte of some sort.
Yeah, I believe it's most likely NAC, one of their endurance fuels, which does have a bit of a non-transparent look to it. Let's just say.
So this is Sophia, who we're seeing running through now. Our third female.
Nice work, Sophia. Schnabel from Austria.
Yeah.
Moving through. So both her and Steph are just a couple of minutes back off the lead of Michaela Dyshakovac. So that is, I don't think anything to be worried about. That is, it's very early days, and a couple of minutes is not a lot in these points. And then we had Ellen Cheatham as well. Just on screen there, just briefly, as we had some footage of her earlier on, and the chat was definitely going wild. So big shout out to anyone who's a fan out there of Ellen from Great Britain. So great country representation from the front women in this race. We've got Slovakia, Canada, Austria, Great Britain, Norway, Belgium. There's a real mix in comparison to the French contingent that is leading the front of the male race. There's a big crew of French runners leading the front of the race, with one lone Belgian, Nicolas Thomas, in there at the front of the men's race. So we're going to see how that unfolds. But no surprise.
Here we go. Here's some strong march. I love watching when the strong uphill hikers just start absolutely taking souls as they head up these climbs.
Yeah. It's great to see these early hills being tackled with a bit of caution here. So this footage here, Jackie, is of, obviously a very big climb coming out of Saint Etienne, out of that aid station. They're going to be climbing approximately, it's basically 1,500 meters. They work their way up. They started at that aid station that they just went through, was just on 1,100 meters elevation, and they're going to be working their way up to pretty much 2,600 meters of elevation at the highest point of the race. So it's going to be a really long climb, this one, and you can see the front of the males race right now as well. They're also all have their poles out, and they're working their way up this climb. Our leader here, Paul Chavink.
So they'll be warming up a bit now, but then they said there might be some snow at the top of one of the refuges at those higher points.
Yes, it's going to be very cold, and we definitely have had reports of snow up high. We even saw a couple of images of the snow up high. So it's going to be below freezing, over 2,000 meters, and these runners are right now making their way up to the high point, which is just over 2,000, well, just on 2,600 meters. So it's going to be, it's going to be pretty fresh up there, I'd imagine. Absolutely, geez.
Well, if these guys hadn't done a lot of training with their poles, they're going to get that in today, that's for sure.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely. I definitely hope some of them have done some. I definitely hope someone have done some training with poles already. But we'll see.
Oh, we've got some information in the chat here about Michaela, the leading females crew. So that's her brother, Philip, and he's great at crewing her, apparently very experienced and a great mountain biker.
Big shout out to Philip.
Here we go, we can see them still just hiking up. This is our first female. She's looking pretty strong still. Just taking it nice and easy. So she was our highest ranked female with her index score as well. So she was the favourite and she is leading the way. Now we're back to the very front of the race. So this is the first male and then the first female charging their way up.
Back with you here, Jackie.
We missed you.
Excellent, excellent. So we'll be back in just a moment, folks. We'll just take a quick break here.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Try imagining a place where it's always safe and warm. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
All right, folks, welcome back. 10 kilometers completed in this epic 100-miler here at Nice by UTMB for 2025. We are at the head of the race, Paul Chauvin. He is leading the pack here, taking the charge. Big shout out to Paul. As we have the leader update here, the first 5 females that have gone through the St. Etienne Aid Station there, which was the first lady going through in just over 45 minutes, and the same with the gentleman here. Look at that big crew of Frenchmen and one lone Belgian moving through that aid station. They went through just over 38 minutes, so a bit of a difference there of 8 minutes over that first 8 kilometers there between the lead male pack and the lead female pack. So big shout out to this crew taking it out. The guys, the front kind of 5 guys all moved through pretty much at the same time, and then the lead women were a little bit more spread out in that first aid station as they moved through there. But these runners here at the front of the race, they are making their way up a massive climb, which is going to be pretty much 1,500 meters from that last aid station. They're going to be climbing, and that's going to be a climb up to just over 2,600 meters elevation, the highest point of the race here today, Jackie. So it's just going to get cooler and cooler for these runners as they move up to the heavens.
There might be a little bit of snow at the top there. I don't think they'll be stopping to hang out in that though.
No, definitely not. But from all reports, there will definitely be some snow up there, as we can see on the split screen here, at what point they are on this climb, making their way up to some tighter switchbacks. But yeah, it's going to get very fresh up top when they get out of this forest canopy. You can see the sunlight is sprinkling through the trees here, which is quite nice, and I'm sure these runners are going to welcome all of the direct sunlight they can in these early sections and that little bit of warmth, because we believe it's going to be a pretty cold night out there, Jackie, as they move through the night. Yeah, our leader here, Paul Shavik.
You wouldn't want to be slowing down in the evening too much. I mean, last year there was 576 starters and there was 399 of those finished. So quite a large dropout rate in this event. And I guess it's a lot to do with the conditions. There was actually a poll put up in the chat before, and what's tougher in an ultra? Climbs, descents, weather, or distance? What do you think, Maj? What's tougher in an ultra?
I'm going to go with weather. Yeah.
Yeah.
What is?
Oh wow. Yep. I think weather's looking good as an answer as well. I would say climbs, but if you've been practicing on the climbs, then, you know, as you do the hard thing more often, it becomes a bit easier. So a lot of these guys should be pretty confident on all the climbs.
Yeah. As you can see here, a bit of an elevation profile of that climb that we're speaking about in the left of the screen right there. You can see that it definitely kicks up, definitely is very consistent, and definitely has a pretty gnarly grade to it for a lot of the race. So yeah, it's interesting, Jackie, because what we've got here is we've got a note. We've just gone 1 hour into the race so far, and we have had 846 starters of the event this year. So that is that's quite an increase on last year, getting close to that thousand number, which would be an amazing achievement for this race, Nice by UTMB, if they got.
And I mean, it'd be interesting to know as well the percentage of females this year, because last year I know that across all of the events it was 26% of female finishers, which is awesome. And, you know, as the sport of ultra running grows more and more, the number of females participating is starting to level out a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. And the organization was really pleased to see an increase in female participation across all of the events this weekend. Currently, we believe that it was 23% women participation across all the 6 events starting out this weekend. So that's a massive win for the organization, and something that a lot of people are working on to help increase, especially at the front end of the races as well. Getting a stronger elite fields at these events is something that a lot of people are working on tirelessly. So big shout out to them.
Paul, the lead male, he has a really strong technique with those poles, doesn't he? He's sort of doing the double arm technique. and he's really mixing it up. So he runs for the Asics team, Asics Trail team.
Yeah, definitely putting in a bit of a. He's definitely putting in a lot of effort here, not really waiting for the rest of the crew behind him, making the most of any opportunity to have a little run as well in any flatter sections, which I think is it's really interesting so early on in such a long race to be putting in, all those extra little 1% efforts so early on when you've got a pack chasing you. It's an interesting strategy, I think, there, Jackie. Is it burning just that 1 or 2% more than you really need to? That's going to be interesting to see unfold as the race unfolds.
And you can just see when they compare the two shots here, the sheer pace that he's moving at, heading up this mountain. But I think some of that might be, he might be benefiting from his younger years. He was actually a canoe competitor. And so I'd say his upper body strength is paying off.
Yeah, I reckon you're spot on. Arms of steel.
So we've got second female here. Is that Stephanie? Might be. Yep, that's Stephanie Case. Yeah. So Stephanie's actually. She's actually a lawyer as well in her day-to-day life.
Yeah, this is Ellen. Yeah, this is Ellen Cheatham from the UK here. Steph is wearing there's Steph there in the red, and the lady that is just in front of Steph, we believe is actually Kristin Solbakken from Norway. I believe I saw her at the very front of the race on the start line, standing next to Steph at the beginning there with the bib number 63. So that is the first. Well, those three women there, they are definitely in the top 5, and with one more, Sophia, that we didn't have footage of just there, but these ladies all working closely together as well, just like the front of the men's race. You can see it's a bit of a conga line in this section of the race because it's pretty.
It sounds like there's some nice camaraderie though. They're all still having a bit of a chit chat. No time for Paul to be chit chatting though. He is just motoring.
Yeah, a bit of a difference, isn't it? He's definitely putting in an effort here, making sure that he is telling his competitors that he's not waiting around tonight. He is prepared to go into the night solo, and he is not interested in any sort of, as you said, Jackie, chit chat out on the trails today.
You're super easy, huh? Come on, Gab.
It's just so interesting when you put that contrast. Oh, wow. There's a bit of competition happening now, though. There are a few people trying to pass each other up this section here in the traffic jam.
Yeah, I think that these ladies are just working a little bit easier than they want to, and they have that energy to get past a few of these runners that might be just taking their time and taking it a bit easier on this first climb. Paul, though, has no such issues at the front of this race. Bolshevik leading here, taking it out and doing it in style. He's not mucking around at all. But yeah, we do have a bit of a Q&A from some of these front runners here, Jackie, that we have some information about, which is cool. As you mentioned just before, Jackie Paul, he did kayak slalom for 18 years before starting to race, and
slalom. That's the word I couldn't say before.
Yeah, he said he was a world champion.
I was saying canoe.
That sport. And that's massive, like, to be able to do that sport, which is just incredibly intense, is would give you some huge strength advantages in this sport of trail running. So that's pretty cool.
It's an interesting shift to go from the canoe slalom across to ultra running.
Yeah, for sure. Actually, I believe this situation may have also been the case once before with a lady, Caroline Chavreau. I believe she was a bit of a pro kayaker as well back in the day, and she came onto the scene and did exceptionally well too. He's still holding on to that. He's a kayak coach still now, so he's still obviously involved in that community. But
okay,
yeah.
It's funny, you'd think going from a water sort of sport to land-based, usually you find that water athletes stick to the water.
It's her first 100 miler.
Okay.
Yeah, but I don't know.
Yeah, absolutely. Bit of a change.
Me? No.
No?
Canada, but
okay.
Chamonix.
Okay.
Yeah. I do the commentary for UTMB.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you don't like to stop talking whilst you're racing as well, Steph, so that's good to see. She's having a good yak with the cameraman.
I'm enjoying this. Yeah.
From Dynasty. Yeah. In Skimo.
So Steph's a mother, and yeah, as I mentioned before, she's a human rights lawyer, and she's also the founder of the women's running advocacy organisation Free to Run. And she's done a lot of work. She's worked with the United Nations and everything with running, and yeah, she's a great role model in the sport.
Yeah, Steph has definitely been around this sport for quite a while as well.
I've definitely seen her commentate on a few events as well, and she speaks very well. Gosh, can I be her when I grow
up? Yeah, seriously, she definitely gets after it.
Wow.
This is funny enough, this is a bit of a shorter race for Steph, actually, when you compare to some of the longer events she has done in the past, like the 450-kilometer Tour de Glacier over in Italy.
Wow.
So it's she's definitely experienced in this longer distance, and definitely experienced in the adverse weather as well. So be interesting to see how she goes as we kind of keep jumping back and forth between our lead female group and lead male group. Again, have Paul on the screen just briefly there. He's got a bit of a crew out here. His partner, Pauline, is going to be crewing him, which I'm sure is going to be a very welcomed, a very welcome sight. So that will be good.
Peppers, yeah, cool. She's so cute. Yeah, I believe
Oh, smile still.
Yeah, having a good chat. That's always a good sign if runners are being able to have a bit of a conversation whilst they're moving through these early parts of the course. It's a good sign that their effort level is not too high and they're kind of starting the race out fairly easy, which I feel like is a different scenario to what we see unfolding here.
Paul hasn't been able to take off. Camille is right on his tail, isn't he?
Yeah, it is the case. So that's cool to see. That's really great to see that it's unfolding like that.
I hate dropping a pole or something in a moment like that. It can sometimes break your rhythm a little bit, can't it?
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to take a quick break, folks, and we'll be right back after.
Try imagining a place where it's always safe and warm. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
All right, folks,
Okay,
we're
welcome
back here.
Everyone.
How are we doing out there? People, give us a shout out. If you are in the chat, let us know who you are supporting and why you are tuning into the live stream. We'd love to hear from you. Let us know where you're dialing in from as well. That would be great to hear from you all. Big shout out to JSN letting us know that Ellen Cheatham goes by the name of the cheetah. So that is cool. The cheetah as in the animal, the cheetah, not as in cheating at card games or anything. All right, here we go. And that there, folks, is the lead of the female race changing up just a little bit there. Kristen Solbakken from Norway, along with Steph Case, have just passed Michaela Shikova in the lead there. So we have this change up here in the front of the women's race, which is exciting to see, Steph.
You can hear the ladies saying, "Hi, how you doing? What's your name? How you feeling?" Such nice camaraderie out there.
Yeah, absolutely. It's great to see that they're up for that kind of camaraderie on the trail.
Yeah, super fun. High altitude. You go up to 4,000 meters like a dozen times. So
These two ladies just discussing their future plans of racing.
I love it.
oh, you'd be great.
You wouldn't know. They might have, well, we're about to find out. They might have the whole day together, these two.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. And it doesn't look like Kristen has any poles. Well, she definitely hasn't brought them out yet, but it doesn't look like she's got any, like a pole quiver on the back of her pack or anything. So she must be planning on doing this race without poles, which is something that she's no doubt planned for and ready to undertake. I can't imagine she just left them in the hotel room. So I'm sure that is a strategy that she's.
I was about to say, I wonder what the strategy behind that is. Must just have absolute legs of steel.
Yeah, I mean, it's just you either commit to buying a set of poles and using them religiously in training and really getting used to that and really perfecting the technique, or you choose to not do that and you just perfect the technique of hiking without poles and make that as efficient as possible. But I don't think there's any right or wrong, but I do think that it's just different ways to do it. Folks, play and win, get that QR code on the right hand side of your screen, get that on your phone, follow that link, and you are in the running to win a bunch of prizes thanks to the sponsors of the race. So if you didn't get that QR code, it will pop up again at some random moment within this live stream, but you can also just kind of reverse a little bit, a couple of seconds, and make sure you go and scan that QR code. That's a little trick we don't tell too many people about here, Jackie. Keep that pretty quiet.
Top secret. I was about to say, why are you telling them? You got to keep them on the hook to keep listening, keep watching.
Well, that's true. Yeah, I don't know how many people are here for the scan, the play and win situation, but maybe there are a few. Definitely a much quieter scene at the.
I think she's looking for the overtake here. Here we go. Come on.
She's not.
She's looking so comfortable though without the poles, isn't she?
Yeah, it's obviously a way of moving up the mountains that she's pretty happy to do. Yeah, but there's a bit of a spread for everyone to get an understanding of the distance between the front of the males race and the front of the women's race there.
I tell you what's lovely is having a cup of hot chocolate at these refuges when you're not racing, soaking in the views. I guess today, though, these guys will be sprinting through there.
Yes, I can't say that is going to be the case. I can't say that that's going to be the case for a lot of these runners, although I'm sure that they would welcome a cup of hot chocolate because it is going to get pretty cold out there.
Have you personally run on these trails, Madge?
No, I have not I've not been to this particular area and run on these trails at all, but they do look quite they do look awesome. I mean, they look very very European, quintessential European, like nice, well-established trails through the forest. So I think that's pretty cool. Like it's definitely terrain that I've seen a lot in Europe, which is not surprising.
Oh, here we go. The girls are just absolutely sending it up past a big group of males here.
Yeah, they're taking there, Jackie. Hey, we're going to have a little look here at the best of Windscribble by UTMB, which was an event that took place last weekend over in Switzerland. Enjoy these images from this incredible event that took place. There we go, Jackie. Windscribble by UTMB, which just happened, as I mentioned, last weekend, which was a really, really, there was a lot of exciting racing there. We actually saw an incredible display of just incredible display of determination and an energy there by one of the French runners, actually, Anton Delatouche. He just put on an absolute show in the 20K, really just running with such flamboyancy and intelligence out there. He's also behind the scenes here of the live stream, so there was a very exclusive coverage of such an important runner in that 20K race, which was amazing to see. But yeah, a beautiful part of the world that is as well, Jackie, over there in Switzerland. Just so many incredible views and beautiful trails that are up there.
I'd love to see some playback footage of Anton.
Oh, there's a lot on the internet. Yes, on all the social medias, there's just a huge amount of great content there that you can go and find and spend your days watching. But don't do that right now. Let's stay true to the live stream. Let's stay true to watching this race unfold. And I'm just loving the first and second female here. Kristen Solbakken and Stephanie Case. Kristen from Norway, Steph from Canada, but does live in France. Just really taken on this climb, aren't they? They've just passed so many guys going up this section, hey?
She's so consistent. I'm thinking about throwing my poles in the bin and just becoming more like the first female.
Yeah. it doesn't even look like she's really, she doesn't even have hands on knees, kind of that technique going on. She's just comfortably moving without needing to do that as well, which is impressive. As you can see, the gradient there is quite steep on this section here.
The gift that keeps on giving these mountains.
What, the elevation increase?
Yeah. I mean, they'd mentally just have to be preparing for it to be a climb all day, because really it is. I mean, there's a little bit less elevation in the back half of the course, but only slightly.
Yeah, absolutely. Tough race, a lot of climbing going on in this one. So that is, I mean, 8,200 meters is a very stout amount of climbing in 100 mile. I mean, any distance is that's just massive.
Do you think these females have in their mind that they're going out there to try and knock Courtney Daughter's time from last year, the 21 hours, 35 minutes, off the board, or?
Look, it's a tough one. I think, I think everyone's out there to try and do their best, for sure. And I guess some people define that by the position that they run, or some people define that by the time that they run. I don't know exactly what would be motivating these ladies. As we mentioned before, like Courtney was second overall in the race last year. And she was like not an awful amount of time, not an awful long amount of time behind the winning male. And so
it was only 13 minutes.
Yeah, like she was closing very strong. And I think that, it will be, if one of these ladies is to run a time like that, it's also going to put them very high up in the overall rankings as well. So, that will be really interesting to see if they can do that, and watch that unfold. I think when you look at the UTMB index of Kristen here at the front of the females race, it's certainly high, but it's not the highest that we see in the females elite fields. So I think if we were to base it off something like that, I would say that she could have an incredible race out here today and be able to do a really incredible time. But her UTMB index at the moment suggests that that maybe with that difference, she would probably be doing this race a little bit slower time. But that's only up until the point that it doesn't happen and she runs it faster. So it's going to be cool to see it unfold. But as you've mentioned a couple of times, Jackie, she looks super composed and relaxed and just moving really comfortably in these early sections.
Definitely. I'm just having a look at some of her past results. And she's always been very consistent.
As we have these two gentlemen which are really working hard at it, Nicolas Thomas in second there and Paul Chevink, the Belgian, and the French taking it out at the front of the men's race there and leading all of the runners behind them. There was 846 starters of the race today in the 100-mile distance, so 846 very eager trail runners getting out and getting amongst it in this on this incredible course as they move their way through the first 90 minutes of the race. It has just gone an hour and a half as Steph takes the lead here and moves into the front of the women's race, just feeling like she needs to keep hiking at a pace that is comfortable to her, and she just wants to get this done. I think in these early stages, you just got to really go at your own speed, and whatever feels comfortable, you've just got to make sure you maintain that and not be held back or not be pushed faster by the people that are around you in these early parts of the races.
I agree. It can be mentally super fatiguing if you start getting caught up on, oh, they passed me or I'm behind or anything. I mean, early on in the race, it's exhausting. Sometimes it's probably quite nice there for Kristen to drop back a second and, you know, be the chaser and just follow along behind for a bit, because setting that pace can be really fatiguing in itself, especially when you've got a 100-mile race. You know, it's a long day out there. Sometimes it's good to sort of work as a team and swap over who's leading the way.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
And you know, Kristen, she's a very experienced ultra trail runner, and so she'd be knowing what she's doing. And I mean, her doing this race without poles shows that she has a fair bit of experience. But she actually did a 100-mile race in 2024, and she won overall. It was the Murakma Mountain Challenge, and that had just under 6,000 meters of climbing, and she did that one in 24 hours 39. So she's got some really strong results under her belt. She's also done another 100-mile race in 2024 where she was the first female. So I think she's done some really strong events and training for what she's about to tackle today.
No, because there is some bees.
Here we go. This is an interesting part of the course here. It kind of looks like they're off course, but then, oh, there we go. Found the trail again. Oh, okay. So for everyone tuning in, they were taking a little bit of a detour there because there was a wasp nest on course.
Yep, right.
Oh, that is good to know. Yeah, that is, you know,
a little bit.
Yeah, you know, it blows my mind how many times this is the case where there are runners in a long distance race and there's a wasp nest along the trail somewhere. I've seen it in so many races. I've seen it at Tarawera by UTMB. I've seen it Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB. These events that, on the course, there's just a wasp nest, and they, just kind of wreaks havoc with the runners. Hey, this is, Steph has really put on some distance here on Kristen in just these last few minutes. Jackie, she's really just kind of opened up, started to move at her own pace, and she's just put a gap in on this uphill, which is quite significant because we can't even see Kristen anymore in the background of this race.
Maybe it's the poles. Maybe it's too soon to tell, but maybe it's the poles.
Yeah, that's
I don't know.
Yeah, that's.
I'm just doing that to bug you.
Yeah.
That's
I have
incredible.
a lot of faith that Kristen knows what she's doing, though. You know, she's actually considered a veteran ultra runner in Norway. She's had that many strong result finishes that, I think she's a bit of a queen in Norway in the ultra running world.
Yeah, I mean, with that kind of list of results and that many results over that time period as well, like you've definitely been around and obviously doing a lot of the right things to be able to kind of race and maintain that kind of ability to race for so long too, which is awesome. A sign of what she must do outside of the sport as well to make sure that she maintains that health and that I guess injury free life.
Still having a chit chat. I love it.
Still having a chit chat. Absolutely. So we're going to leave you with this footage of Steph Case leading the females race, and we're going to take a quick break.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
All right, folks, welcome back. Hope you are doing well out there. Again, make sure you get in the chat. Let us know where you are dialing in from. Let us know who you're supporting. Thank you, Michelle. Big shout out to Michaela there cheering from the States. And also Joshua F cheering from the US. For Michaela Lishakova, big shout out there. Let's go. Roger, big shout out to Eric as well and Darren cheering on from Canada. Thanks a lot, Roger. Got to be early in the morning for you, Roger, over in Canada. Michael Ford throwing in the gifts there. So really appreciate it, folks. Love seeing that come through.
It's the Wasps. I was thinking, what is going on there? But
so big shout out here. Big shout out here to our third place male, Theo Lebedek. He is moving along very swiftly, looking pretty comfortable. There's a couple of guys just ahead of him, not very far though, and he is also in pretty close company as these guys at the front of the pack here keep making their way higher and higher into the mountains. You can see in that background there, Jackie, look at the snow that's on the ground up higher, exactly where these gentlemen are heading. That might be some of the leftover snow that fell just the night before.
the views for them, if they look out to the right-hand side there right now, must be amazing, but also maybe a little bit terrifying. It looks like they're quite high up on a bit of an edge there, aren't they?
Yeah, they're definitely getting into that high alpine terrain. There's still a couple of trees around, but I would say for the most part, they're really getting above tree line here, and they're really moving into that high alpine. It doesn't look like it's too windy up there, which I think is going to be a very good thing, because if you're up that high with that kind of exposure and the wind is high as well, then that kind of wind chill factor is going to be a really big element to deal with out there. But at the moment, it looks pretty good for the wind. It's just probably going to be very cold in the air. Looks like about 7 degrees.
And as we spoke about earlier, and it was in the chat, what's tougher in an ultra? The weather, 100%, I think, was the top answer. So the weather matters. So as that temperature drops, it'll definitely have an effect on the runners. And I mean, I wouldn't want to imagine what it's like if you're further towards the back of the pack and moving a lot slower than these guys are, then you'll probably feel it quite quickly.
Yeah. Jeremy Neal is identified there as our fourth male in the race here, just on screen as we follow him around this traversing trail.
He's trying to stick close behind Theo there.
Yeah, definitely. It doesn't look like he wants to let go of that kind of lead crew. And you can see that these four guys at the front of the race here are pretty close together. There's nothing really separating them.
Theo's got good experience in the mountains, though. He competed in a race in May, and it was 120 kilometres, and he came first male in that one, so in a time of 15 hours. So he has a win under his belt this year, which would be making him feel pretty confident going into this as well.
Yeah, I definitely think that these guys are a very, pretty experienced crew up at the front of the race. All of them have a UTMB index as well, over 800. So that is, that's pretty solid as well. That suggests that they are very accomplished in this world and in this sport. So it's going to be cool to see how this unfolds. Being so close at the head of the race now, they've gone just over an hour and 45 minutes of racing, but it's a long time to go and a long night ahead. Hey, Jackie.
Yeah, and I mean, Theo's looking quite strong now in third position, and as you said, he's got a really strong UTMB index at 842, which, suggests he's amongst the stronger runners and the elite guys. But having a look back at some of his results over the last 2 years, and he hasn't done a lot of the longer stuff. Like 100 miles is quite new for him, and so that could be quite testing for him later on in the race. He actually DNF'd in his last 100-mile event. It was the Grand Raid by UTMB in April 2025. So hopefully that DNF isn't lingering in the back of his mind. But he's really strong over some of the shorter distances. So for Theo, I think it'll be seeing if he can stick it out for these longer, more overnight sort of challenging races. And we're back into absolutely. The first female. There doesn't seem to be any second female following her too closely, so she's probably taking a nice little breather. A bit of distance is starting to be made between some of these ladies as we're nearing on 2 hours into the race. So making the climb up the mountain.
Yeah, this is Steph doing what she does best. right in her element here. She lives just out of the main town center of Chamonix. So being in these mountains with huge vertical gain over such a difference is really her home turf, something that she'd be enjoying a lot, I'd imagine. But yeah, look at the gap she has just put in on Kristen here. They were hiking together for the very first section of this climb, and she's just moving past all of these guys. She's put a big gap between her and second place female. 2 hours into this race, Steph Case is making the moves, and she is doing it in style. So yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how this strategy unfolds for Steph. Moving through the night is something that she's going to be very capable of and very experienced at. And as you can see, she's got full tights on. She's got full long sleeves as well. So, she's already, thought about that cold weather that she's going to experience through the night. And she's getting herself ready for that.
Speaking of making a gap on people though in a race, it's pretty interesting how when she did the Ultra Trail Snowdonia by UTMB 100K earlier this year, she actually had to start 30 minutes after the elite runners because she'd lost her UTMB index she was having a break from racing. So it was 6 months after giving birth to her daughter, Pepper, and then she actually won that event, which is pretty impressive, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's unreal.
I mean, that's what puts Steph on the map.
Yeah, she definitely got a lot of attention from that situation as well. And I think that's just that's just the race that she was obviously very eager to get back into and really get stuck into after, having a lot of time, away from the sport, I suppose, in the sense of racing with having a young child and yeah, she obviously just wanted to get out there and unleash, and she was able to do that with a lot of success.
Super inspiring. I mean, I have a lot of friends who've had babies and things, but for her to be in such incredible shape just 6 months after having her daughter is honestly phenomenal.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, I couldn't imagine what that would all be like. So I am just going to also agree that it is phenomenal, and something that no doubt she kept at the front of the mind as something to keep chasing alongside becoming a mother.
I mean, it's pretty rare as well to hear of someone starting 30 minutes behind the elites, in that second group. As we saw earlier, the second group head off, and to think that someone from that second group comes through and wins is amazing.
Yeah, it definitely was. Definitely was pretty incredible to see that unfold. And yeah, I mean, and you can see here Steph just passing all of these guys is just, she's just passed 4 of them in the last minute, really. So she's absolutely motoring up this climb in a very big comfort spot. She was actually out at hard drop 100 earlier this year. So well within her capability. So we're going to take a break.
We love stinky runners, but use the soap.
You finish your race, and your hands are nice and soft. How good is that?
safe and warm. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Hey folks, welcome back. We are at the front of the women's race here with Steph Case leading the charge just under 2 hours into the 2025 Nice Côte by UTMB, part of the UTMB World Series. Folks, make sure you jump online. You can have a look at the race unfolding with the splits at live.utmb.world. And also, if you are watching from the amazing live stream setup on UTMB, the UTMB website, we have the chat. So make sure you throw in some goodness in the chat. Obviously, the crew, the epic crew from UTMB is watching from France. We have Karos watching from Singapore. That is awesome. Thank you. Big shout out there to Theo Legal. Go Diogo from Andrew. Thanks a lot, Andrew, for the shout out. Pilar is cheering from Mannerheim for Tatiana. Thanks a lot, Pilar. And another shout out to Theo there in the chat. So thanks a lot, folks. Make sure you make the most of the chat and also those gifts. The gift library of this chat, Jackie, is next level. It is extensive, to say the least.
I was trying to get involved, but there's too many gifts to choose from. I can't. I don't know which one's fitting.
You really can't hesitate there, Jackie. You've just got to go all in on your GIF. Don't think about it. You just got to go all in.
I've done it. I've stuck with the mountains. I felt like it was fitting, seeing as they're heading up towards the Refuge up the top of this climb, which I'm sure will be welcomed as a bit of a rest. Are they allowed crew at this next one, Madge? Do you know?
No, they're not. They're not allowed any crew until the next crew point of this race is going to be at approximately 36 kilometers. So they will get up to this Refugio de Rabuons at 17 kilometers. And then it will be a massive 19 kilometers between Aid, and then they will get next to their next crew spot. Oh, look at this! Now, what an incredible scene! They are just in some of this snow that's left over from last night. Wow, what a place to run! That looks so epic. How cool! Yeah, so they are hitting that snow line already. Yeah. And they have... Oh, yeah,
here we go.
Unreal. These guys, the front of the pack. Oh, it does look... These guys are hitting this checkpoint, which means that they are at 17 kilometers into the race. They are really high as well. 2,500 meters is where they are right now. You can see some of the snow on that roof of the Refuge there that is remaining from the night before. So, and you can see those flags there on the side of the aid station there, Jackie. They are blowing. So the wind up there must be pretty. It must be evident. Like there's a bit of wind up there, which would make it very cold.
So this Refuge, it's nestled in a mineral landscape, and it's on the edge of a large, deep mountain lake, which you can see behind. And this small stone-walled Refuge is a gateway to exciting crossings, and as you can see, it offers some pretty breathtaking views. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. That is such stunning landscape to be moving through as a trail runner, Jackie. That is the footage we saw of this from last night. Was completely white, covered in snow, and you can just see a little bit of remaining snow on the ground there as these guys run alongside this incredible lake that you just mentioned. As they've gone through that second major checkpoint of the race. God, what a place to run.
And it's pretty interesting. The little Refuge. You're right.
No, please tell us some more about that Refuge up there.
So the little Refuge actually has a warden there who serves delicious warm meals and everything from local produce, and he makes it a really welcoming and warm sort of environment for everyone to come there. And alongside that, making it, an incredible experience for tourists and runners and anyone who passes through. He also ensures the guidelines for sort of the ecological, the area and everything is respected so that this unique and beautiful place can be preserved. Because as you can see, that was pretty breathtaking.
Yeah, I think those high alpine areas are, as you said, very, very important to the surrounding environment, and especially a water source like that, for that to remain pristine and for that to remain as untouched as possible is really, really important. And obviously that kind of a hut is very important for hikers and people wanting to get up higher into the peaks. Damn, all right, Jackie, have a look at this. Look at the aid station crew here, full down jacket setups, looking pretty toast. They're looking pretty cold, but also you can see here helping out the runner putting on a jacket. So it must be pretty fresh because he's just done that whole uphill and he's asking to get his jacket put on. So it must be pretty cold, even if you're working, Yeah, look at that. Jacket on, gloves.
Wow, how beautiful is that place? Running out of that Refuge must just be pretty breathtaking for all of the runners. But yeah, they did look like they were sort of in full snow gear.
Yeah, it looks like it's a fresh place. I can't wait to get another look at that aid station as well, Jackie, because I don't know if you noticed the spread that was on there. Did you see the spread of
was that sandwiches?
I don't know if it was like sandwiches or slices of cake.
Oh, maybe. Wow, look at the snow. That is looking like it's getting cold.
Yeah, that is a winter wonderland up there. Wow. Oof, that is going to be some testing conditions for these runners, Jackie. As you mentioned before, the weather was in the poll that was in the chat. Weather was by far the element that separated the real toughness of some races. So you can see here these gentlemen at the front of the race making their way well above 2,500 meters of elevation here, right into the snow line. This snow fell just not even 24 hours ago, and it is hanging around here because the air temperatures are very cold and the wind is out. So these runners are really moving through the conditions up here in these mountains.
They were predicting rain when I'd originally looked for about 4 p.m, which would be in about an hour. And I really hope for the runners' sake that the rain holds off, because that would just add a whole other element, especially if you were to get wet out there and then cold. It would that could really upset a lot of people's races.
Yeah,
here's a different view.
Yeah, look at that. Beautiful.
So the runners, they come from that little refuge all the way behind and then up to where we just saw from there.
So, you can see here, step
2 hours in, they must be settling into a bit of a race groove by now and feeling pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, 2 hours is a long time of moving, for anyone. So, I mean, obviously these folks have, a lot more to go in this day and in this race than 2 hours. But, 2 hours of moving would definitely get your groove sorted out, you would like to think. Or the, you would have worked up a nice sweat to just kind of sit in the rest of the night. And it's a decent bit into this race already. We saw the lead males go through.
To be honest, I find that 2 hours into 100 miles is probably when I start to ease into it a little bit. Didn't you do your first 100 miler this year?
Did I do my first 100 miler this year? Definitely not.
Have you done the few?
I've done a few. I did my first 100 miler 11 years ago.
11 years ago. Wow.
Yeah. And I would say the same. I would say that, a couple of hours in, you've found your groove, you've warmed up. Because it's a long, 100 milers can be a long day out there. Yeah.
Why did I think you'd only done your first one this year? Sorry, Madge.
Don't know, man. Don't know. But it's not something that I've got tattooed on my arm, so I don't expect people to know that. But
well, now everyone knows. There we go.
Yeah.
Maybe I was just fishing for that information. First one 11 years ago. Wow.
Yeah. So yeah, I didn't want to say that with any kind of attitude either. It's like, wow.
You've heard it here first, everyone.
Yeah, a bit of sass and attitude about when I did a first 100 miler. Anyway, when did you do your first one, Jackie?
I did my first one, I think it was about 4 years ago.
Okay. And where was that?
Yeah, it was brutal. It was in Brisbane. It was the Brisbane Trail Ultras. It was nearly 9,000 meters of elevation, so it was a hilly one. It was challenging.
Yeah. It sounds good. Sounds like the perfect way to get into that 100-mile spirit. Is anyone out?
Feel like
anyone else? I was going to say, if anyone on the chat has done a 100-miler, let us know. Let us know where the 100-miler was from. That would be awesome. There's a lot of shout outs there for Ellen. A lot of shout outs there for Ellen. She's got the biggest fan base out there today for sure. Go Michaela, go Ellen, Peter, go Rosie, cheering from Maryland. I wonder who the crew is from. There seems to be a lot of support out there for a lot of people. the gear back 11 years ago was definitely different. You know, when I did my first 100-miler, Jackie, here's a bit of insight. When I did my first, not my first 100-miler, second 100-miler, which was actually UTMB, you just couldn't find a pole quiver. Like, no one really made pole quivers to put your poles into. So I sewed one together from a shopping bag and a little plastic container. I sewed together.
I'm impressed.
Yeah,
I'm
revolutionary,
impressed.
really. Yeah, really helped. And then I sewed that onto my running pack, needle and thread. Which yes, but I don't have. The gear has come a long way, and as you can see, Steph here is sporting some of that amazing gear. What do you think of this floral outfit that Steph is repping at the moment? Definitely catching the eye of a few people.
Yeah, I've never seen a race pack with sort of, designs on it before. I wonder if it has meaning to it.
Yeah, it's it does have a little bit of meaning to it. I can give you a bit of insight to that after we have a little bit of a look here at the. I thought we were going to have a little bit of a race recap so far, but not to be. Flora Alpina is the pattern that Steph is wearing. It's an arrangement of alpine flowers, the Flora Alpina that exists in the high alpine regions, and it is a selection of flowers that have been put onto some of the race kit for some of the athletes out there. So it's that's the origins of that display. Geez, I'm just so impressed here at the amount of people that Steph has overtaken in the last half an hour, and she's just put huge gaps of daylight between her and all of them. Like, no one is behind her anymore. Like, she's just completely dropped them all, passed them and dropped them.
She's motoring.
I can't wait to.
You know who have? Yeah.
We're going to be able to get Steph at that last aid station back down in Saint Etienne. Steph was in 98th position overall. So that's going to. I feel like that's going to reduce significantly.
What was it? 98th?
Overall, yeah.
Yeah.
Oof, look at this, Steph. I mean, look at this, Jackie, sorry. Look, they're right in that snow. Obviously, they're not walking on the snow, but you can see it surrounding them. And you can see his jacket is blowing in the wind there. So it's got to be pretty... The wind chill factor up there must be low. It must be very low.
Because that's Camille there, and he seems to have dropped back to 5th position because he was right on Paul's tail for the whole first climb, wasn't he?
Mm. Yeah. Camille Tom in there.
Yeah, so... Yeah, because he was holding in... I guess it was only the first 10K though, wasn't it? It's a long day out there.
Yeah, it's a long day, absolutely. Going to be a very long day for these runners. Such a big race, and a lot of ground to cover. Hey.
So he's actually a professional road cyclist. So his legs will have a lot of Ks in them, but
All right, that's interesting. That's cool to see. I saw that. Yeah.
And his results show that, he has a lot of strength in the tough elevation. So it's interesting that he's dropped back slightly. But I mean, the guys he's racing against in this race are all very experienced and strong as well.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, absolutely, and it's such early days as well, right?
But yeah, he was a professional road cyclist, 2018, 2019. And he had some great placings in French races, but he wasn't renewed by his pro team in 2019, so then he made the transition into running.
Yeah. He did. He is now a full-time dental assistant, actually, and he spends his weeks in Paris training. Yeah, and yeah, he says he doesn't come to perform; he just comes to be a finisher and have fun. So,
wow, yeah. I wish I was that good for.
Well, I mean, you can be. All right, folks, we're gonna leave you with this incredible footage as we take a quick and short break.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Hello, folks. We are back, and there is snow on the ground here, up high, part of the 100-mile course as we follow our fifth place male here, Camille. It is all part of the fun in this Nice by UTMB for 2025. We are here at the aid station, which is Refuge de Rabuons, at 17 kilometers into this race, and you can see it is an incredible scene and an incredible part of the world to be moving through. There was a decent bit of snowfall overnight, and you can see that the snow is hanging around here as Camille runs through the snow as he keeps climbing on this high part of the course. They are working their way up to just over 2,600 meters, and it is fresh. It is cold up there. You can see that his
And that
jacket.
looks cold.
Oof. His jacket there is moving around in the wind, so the wind chill factor is got to be very low as well. And gloves on, jacket on. This is going to really test a lot of runners, Jackie.
Oh my God. And it's that sort of terrain, that small little technical rock, no even footing through there.
Yes, and I imagine that snow is going to make it a bit slippery, and the footing up there is not going to be ideal at all. But that chill factor is going to be something else, Jackie. You can see here just this elevation profile. Once they get, you've got a little bit more climbing to go, and then they will be able to commence quite a decent descent out of these high elevations and this snow and this exposure up here, because this would be very, very cold.
I feel like this is almost, I mean, I know it's not, but it looks pretty vertical. Like if you were actually on there physically climbing up this, I reckon it would be very challenging. Look at that.
Yeah, it looks very steep. You're absolutely spot on.
I feel like this actually does give it a little bit of perspective, and yeah, it looks super steep. I think I'd be hands on knees curled over.
Yeah. These are some tight switchbacks, which again suggests that that it is pretty steep terrain moving through here. Yeah, wow.
Coming from that I reckon it must help Camille, coming from the cyclist background though. You know that burning feeling and lactate when you're on the bike for hours and hours? Surely that helps him become a bit more accustomed to, the long Ks out there.
Yes, I can imagine. And also I think, there's a lot of time when you're on a bike and you are just so vulnerable to the elements, especially the cold, and you just kind of have nowhere to hide because, you're streaming down a hill on a bike. So I think someone like him who comes from that professional cycling background would have a lot of experience in uncomfortable.
I guess it's resilience. Yeah, resilience.
Yeah, definitely.
A little bit more lonely in trail and ultra running though. When you're cycling, there's usually there's more cyclists around you, whereas I feel like there's probably a lot more solo time in these sorts of races.
Yes, unless you're with a camera runner, which I'm sure Camille is happy to have the company there. But absolutely right. So you can see here, folks, the top 5 men going through Refuge de Rabuons at 17 kilometers into the race. Paul Chavink leading, Nicholas Thomas second, Jeremy Nyon third, Theo Lebodoc in fourth, and Camille here in fifth.
Only 30 seconds. Only about 30 seconds between those first 4 and 2 minutes between the first and the fifth, which just shows how close they are.
Yeah, it's still very close up at the front there.
You can't take your foot off the poles away.
Foot off the gas, eh? Yeah, it looks like Camille's putting his poles away here, so I wonder if look at that, 2,700 meters. elevation he's moving through right now. So altitude is real. Yeah, wow. What a scene. What a scene to be moving through, Jackie.
Was that shot just there? Is that right now on the other side of the mountain or something?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe I'd like to think so. Maybe it's a little bit of B-roll from the start.
If you showed that to the runners, it would be a bit it'd be like trying to run to the pot of gold, getting to see that weather after all this freezing cold weather. I don't think they can see the views until they get up to the top of where this aid station is, and then they're hit with the beautiful panoramic views behind them.
Yeah.
I really want to see. I want to see what the food is. What do we think?
Yeah, let's see if we can get that. If that camera gets in there, look, that's a pretty busy. Look at the food on the right-hand side of the screen there. Hopefully, Steph
this is
on the
making me
left-hand
hungry.
side. Yeah, it's an incredible spread being put on here. Let's hope Steph can make the most of it, as she is the first woman into this aid station here at 17 kilometers. Refuge de Rabuons.
So this refuge actually has the capacity for 36 people. So you can stay in this refuge in the peak season.
Yeah, it's a bit of a gateway for what have we got going on here. Yeah, bit of NAC endurance fuel going on there.
It's okay?
Here she goes, just filling up that one flask there.
See, I would think that she's faffing around a bit here. What's going on? Yeah.
Getting those bottles in, hey? Those bottles sometimes. There we have it.
So that looks like some
Yeah. Stout lead female Steph Case moving through the second aid station of the race here at 17 kilometers at a very, very high point too, 2,500 meters that aid station is, and she's going to start moving towards that snow. And as we saw a little bit of footage earlier on, she's going to be moving through some of that residual snow that's been left over from the night before, and get a little more exposure as she gets higher and higher into those mountains, because they have a bit more climbing to do, which takes them to just over 2,600 meters of elevation. Whew, it looked fresh up there, Jackie. It looked fresh.
Definitely. I would love to stay at that refuge though. It looks spectacular. You know, those panoramic views. Wow.
Have a little bit of a race recap so far from the event as it unfolds. This was 1 p.m. local time where they started in Aurora. Early Ks as everyone made their way into the first aid station here just after 8 kilometers in Saint Etienne. We saw them all move through here. Good energy, great vibes down there from the local crew. Big shout out to them for getting around the race and supporting these runners. And we saw our leader, Paul Chavink, just charging out of that aid station and up the first major climb of the day. He was just leading the charge, saying to everyone else, if you want to race, let's get it on. And then we had Steph Case and Kristen here working together until the point which Steph said, you know what, I'm feeling good. I'm just going to pass you. And that is what has happened as they made their way up to this refuge that we've seen a number of times recently. Beautiful, beautiful part of the world.
I think by the looks of it, from the placings, Kristen, who was sitting behind Stephanie on that first climb, she's now dropped back to 5th overall. So she's sitting just behind Ellen. Sophia's in 3rd. I think Michaela's in 2nd behind Steph. Oh, we haven't seen any of those other females, have we, for a while?
No, we've not. We've definitely not. But we can. We'll be able to get that timing point off. So Steph is the only one who's moved through the 17-kilometer timing point at the Refuge de Rabuons, and we expect the others to move through there pretty soon as we stick here with our 5th place male, Camille.
He looks like he's having fun.
Yeah, he's just dancing along there. I think so. This section of the course where they are, I believe they've definitely gone over the highest point, and they will be descending a little bit now. But they remain high for a decent bit of time still to come.
This looks very technical and tricky coming through here.
Yeah, it's very rocky terrain, absolutely.
You'd want to be mentally prepared for this because you're thinking, oh, awesome, it's now a downhill, I get to open up the legs and go for a bit of a run. But you're hit with pretty tough terrain.
Definitely.
And it'll be interesting to see in those, top 5 where there's only, 2 minutes. It'll be interesting to see if any of those places get changed up. If, some of the runners are more skilled in the technical downhill running than the uphill climbing.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to give us great insight to who is feeling good out there in these still early kilometres of the race, I dare say. As you can see, the elevation profile in the top right-hand corner, the red section is what the runners have more or less completed, with the dark blue remaining. So that is a bit of an indication of there's a long way to go. As we get that cool drone shot there, as we saw the bright red top of Steph Case leading the females race, moving through that drone shot there up high as they get closer and closer to that snow that is going to be on the ground for them to navigate over the course's highest point, which is just over 2,600 meters.
This is the sort of running as well where you have to be so focused on where you're going and where the flag is, because you can just take one wrong step and head the wrong way.
Yeah, absolutely. It's
I'm really fatigued watching him now.
Yeah, this terrain is it really forces you to be on your game for a number of reasons, and I think it can be quite difficult as well when you're very cold and you have to then move on technical terrain like that, because you've really got to be agile and you've really got to be feeling quite good to be able to move efficiently and relaxed and just kind of in a fashion that gets you over that terrain in the best way possible. So yeah, it's tough scenario.
And mentally you want to be quite switched on as well, because in those sections, if you're taking a fall, that can make or break your race. I mean, we saw, recently a few people at some really big races came into aid stations just absolutely gutted because they'd taken big falls and it had put them out of the race then. And, as we were talking about earlier, a lot of these guys are training for these events for months and months and really dedicated and been very consistent and everything. So then for one fall to have it all come crashing down is pretty upsetting.
Yeah, definitely not the way you want to be finishing a race due to any sort of injury, and especially due to a fall. They can be quite painful ways to end the day, especially on terrain like this, where Jackie, rocks are just not soft. They're just not soft at all.
I mean, being from Australia, I don't think we have the same sort of rocky terrain as there is over in the French Alps.
Yeah, it definitely is a different world up in this part of the globe. Really,
I'm loving watching these guys flying downhill right now. They are moving. Some pretty epic drone shots, as we can see on the screen here. So this is back to where the Refuge is at the second checkpoint. It's hidden by a bit of mist at the moment, but the runners come up to that Refuge. They restock, refuel, and then they run up, down, and behind the lake there.
Yeah, what an environment to be taken on 100 miles, Jackie. Look at this. That's super stunning. Here we go. Steph Case showing us how it's done here. Just checking her watch, just seeing if she has to worry about anyone behind her, which right now she does not. She has just put on some serious time into everyone going up here. Hey, it's super impressive.
What do you think she's checking? What do you think she's checking on her watch when she has a little look then?
I would say that I believe she's running with Ascent, and you can do some pretty good. You can do some pretty cool things with Ascent. You can check at what point of the climb you're at in regards to how much longer you have to go in terms of distance and elevation. So she could be checking that. I don't know if she has a heart rate monitor on, but she could be checking her heart rate. I mean, there's just so much information that you can get from some of this technology these days that it's just that there could just be a huge amount of things that she'll be checking out.
Do you think any of these competitors have their support crew sending them messages saying, hey, the runner behind you is this far behind, and, updates on their placings?
It's I don't know if they do, but I think it's a great idea if they did. I think it'd be pretty amazing to get that kind of intel as you're rolling through the race, getting phone notifications on your watch, I suppose is possible. So yeah.
Wow.
Maybe also just keep in check on when it's snack time, because you'd hope that all of these people are keeping on top of their eating at this stage in the race. Folks, we're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
All right, folks, we are back. Welcome back to the live stream we have here of the 2025 Nice 100 miler by UTMB. We are watching the front of the race unfold.
Paul,
as we get.
He is looking so strong as he leads the way.
Yeah, this is a good sign for the front of this race. Everyone is moving super consistently and strong here at the very front.
These are
Jackets
some sharp
are
switchbacks,
on.
aren't they?
Yeah. There's a race of switchbacks up here in the Alpine.
You know what? I would love that because it means you can see where your competitors are without doing a look back. You just subtly get to see as you switch back each bit down.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, definitely.
I mean, that can play on your mind. Some people can mentally really get in their heads by looking back behind them.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah. Cool split screen here. First woman, Stephanie Case, has crested the highest point of the race.
Guys, if you are listening in and you want to check out the chat, you can head on over to the chat and you can play and win. And there's a quiz where you can go in the running to win a whole heap of different prizes. Some knack nutrition, a pair of hockers.
You can even
Someone's written in the chat.
You can even get your place at one of the UTMB World Series races. If you jump in the chat and go and play to win, you can choose what race you'd love to do, and you can potentially win a starting place in that race. Whoa, look at this terrain that Steph is working her way up right now. And she's running this uphill and looking quite comfortable whilst doing that.
Mm-hmm. Also, shout out to this phenomenal camera work, because it's amazing that he's running with a GoPro or whatever it might be and following along for this long.
Yes, big shout out to our cameraman here, following Camille Tominet at the front. Oh, well, not far off the front of the race, fifth male at the moment, just off a little bit away from the main lead pack of this 100-miler. But yes, he's been on a bit of a journey with him.
I think it would definitely make me run a little bit faster knowing there's someone behind me, even if it's a cameraman.
Yeah. And this is a good
moral
sign
support
here.
on the trail.
Yeah, definitely some support in many ways. This is a good sign here, Jackie. He's taken off his jacket. So he must be warming up a little bit, or he must be warming up enough to get that jacket off. And that's a good sign, because he is moving out of the worst of this cold weather, which really Steph Case is right in the middle of at the moment. This high point of the race, getting up to over 2,600 meters, and being obviously in that snowy environment right now.
Oh, you can tell Camilla here is loving opening up the legs a little bit more, getting to go for a bit of a run. He's definitely picked up the pace now.
Yeah, he looks super comfortable moving over that terrain. Bit of a downhill too, so that's good signs.
Well, Stephanie has that to look forward to in a little while.
Yeah, absolutely. Right now, though, it is lock in and get this climb done, which has been a massive climb. By the time this climb is finished, it's a good 1,500 meters of elevation gain over that last 10 kilometers, really.
Those rocks would be getting slippery as well, with, I'd say, the sort of the cold air and everything. I'd say they're very slippery.
Yes, that little bit of snow cover is it's not going to be making that terrain any easier, that's for sure. I think if it was heavily covered in snow, you would get the snowpack, and that would be quite nice. But when it's not a full coverage of snow, it's just kind of a little bit of snow, and it's melting on the rocks as well. It's just kind of filling the gaps a little bit. I don't think it makes it any easier to navigate that terrain.
No.
And as you said, it would just make it a lot more slippery as well. But yeah, Steph is just really moving up this climb. She must be feeling really good, because she's really just moving up super consistently and strong. All right, so as I mentioned before, far out. This is so good. As I mentioned before, when Stephanie went through that first aid station at 8 kilometers, right?
Mm-hmm.
I knew this would be the case. She went through that aid station at 8 kilometers. She was in 98th position overall. And then we saw her just work up that climb. We saw how many people she was passing. She looked super cool, calm, and collected. She got to the second aid station in 50th position overall. So she passed 38 people.
Gosh,
Yeah.
I told you
Unreal.
early on in the race I want to be Stephanie when I grow up, and I'm standing by that.
North Face or
Yeah. Unreal. Hey.
Wow.
you are not fit for North
So
Face?
in 9 kilometers,
And she's doing
she
it.
passed.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, no. Yeah, it's like 9K, she passed 48 people all on the uphill. So, yeah.
I wonder if she was counting.
Yeah. I reckon she would have lost count, but she would have got over it. She would have been like, wow. Yeah. Unreal.
What a confidence boost, though. You know, when you're out there and you're taking over person after person, you're catching runners in front of you, like that boosts your confidence so much.
Yeah, absolutely. Like it's definitely a motivating factor for, I assume, a lot of people. I don't know why it would not be a motivating factor. You know what I mean? Like, but yeah, no, that's great to see Steph moving up the field like that and doing it as well, looking quite confident and quite relaxed. Wouldn't you say, Jackie? She didn't look like she was really exerting herself outside of her limits. She looked like she was well in control.
Definitely. I mean, she's still smiling, joking. You can see her on the camera, and yeah, seems in very good spirits.
So we've got a bit of slow-mo action here of Camille. Basically the stark opposite to the split screen where he's hauling.
I want to know how he easily puts away his jacket whilst running.
Yes.
What's the technique
some
here?
people are exceptionally good.
Wow. I wouldn't have guessed that. So he's twisted it up and tied it round.
That's the way it's done out here today.
I've just learned a new technique. Thank you, Camille.
Yeah, instead of wrapping it around your waist, you just wrap it around your body. All right, so we have the top 5 women passing through Refuge Rabuons. Steph Case, first place. Kristen Solbakken in second. Alan Cheatham, the cheetah, coming through in third. Michaela Lishakova in fourth. And Maivanwi Hannah in fifth place as they moved through that second major checkpoint, that second aid station at 17 kilometers into the race. There was a split there of between the first 5 women. There was a split there of 25 minutes. So Steph Case, we saw her together with Kristen Solbakken moving up that first climb. Then Steph put 6 minutes on her from when Steph passed her on that climb to that checkpoint, which can't have been more than 4 kilometers, maybe 5 kilometers, if that. She put a minute per kilometer of a lead on Kristen as she went past her. That's incredible. Steph is moving so fast right now compared to the rest of the field. It's she must be feeling really good.
It'll be interesting to see if she can keep it up all day. I mean, if you look actually though at last year's results, I mean, Courtney Dolewater came in at 21 hours and 35 minutes, and then the second female was 5 hours after her. So it's possible that Stephanie will have a big gap.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I guess we'll see it all unfold as the night takes over and the day breaks free as well. We're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back.
absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Try imagining a place where it's always safe and warm. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
Alrighty, folks, welcome back. We are here with Steph Case, the leader of the women's race here in the 100-mile of Nice by UTMB. And Steph rarely has let anyone pass her in the last hour of racing, but she just let one person scoot through then. Steph was in 98th position overall at the first aid station, and then she passed 48 people in between that aid station and the next aid station, which was a 9-kilometer stretch. She went on and is still on a bit of a mission here at the front of this women's race, and she's not holding back. She's really taking it on.
I feel like she's got really good footwork, so this next section will probably work in her favour a little bit.
Yes, I dare say Steph has had a lot of time practicing on terrain very similar to what she's on right now. And we have been with Camille Tominet for quite a while as our 5th place male of the day. The cameraman has locked onto him and been following him for quite a while. So unfortunately, I think our cameraman had a bit of a fall and then had to double back and is now sticking with the 5th male. So I hope he is doing all right. And so that is why we're spending a bit of time here with Camille Tominet on the right-hand side of the screen, who is moving exceptionally well through this terrain.
And they're not easy guys to catch up with. Even though it's only a couple of minutes, it's pretty tough to make up that ground in these sorts of conditions.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's going to be very difficult to catch up with that lead pack because they are really moving as well. They're not waiting around.
And I almost feel a little bit excited by the fact that we're only covering this for the first 40k or so, and then when I wake up tomorrow, it's going to be intriguing to see where everyone is positioned, to see if there's been a lot of hopping and jumping in places or not.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's going to be really, really fun to be able to check in on and see how these runners have moved through the night, because it's going to be a real interesting scene tomorrow morning when we get to pick these runners up again. So much can happen. So much can unfold, really.
Do you know where a lot of these guys are having any of their paces jump in at? Oh, sorry, we've got a little bit of a media break coming up.
Best of Hoka UTMB Mont-Blanc for 2025. Get to relive some of the incredible action from the UTMB World Series finals in Chamonix. Enjoy this.
Is on!
First race, the 60-kilometer category race in the UTMB finals.
Fantastic sea of runners. I am so excited.
UTMB, let's go!
Vous avez fait de votre rêve une réalité. Pas après pas.
Je me sens super bien. C'est pas beau ça, il y a le soleil, il y a les montagnes.
It's gonna get steep.
Look at this.
Yes.
Ooh.
Brutal.
Une course mythique.
It's a night stop, which is always a bit tricky for the body.
Départ de nuit, il n'y a rien de mieux selon moi.
Very difficult, but this is PTL.
Dans la fatigue et la douleur, on trouve le bonheur.
Advert, we saw Bronte in l'hirondelle. She was moving well and she tripped. And bam!
Wow, that was pretty amazing to relive some of the, I guess, most special moments from the Hockey UTMB Mont-Blanc 2025.
Yeah, what a moment of the year on the trail running calendar it is out in Chamonix and the surrounding villages, as well as Courmayeur on the other side of Monte Bianco over there in the end of August. What race are you signing up for next year, Jackie?
Oh, great question. Next year. I'll have to get back to you on that.
All right, excellent. We've got a long time, so I'll be here all day. I'll be here all day, waiting for that list to roll through. We've just
What are you signing up for?
I'll ask you later. That is a great question. That is a great question. That is a great question, but I do look forward to providing some answers on that a bit later on as we have a look at the start of the 100-mile race recap. These are the very early kilometers of the race unfolding as runners make their way. This was the very first checkpoint. That is the lead female that went through that aid station down in the town of Saint Etienne, and that was the lady that was in third place overall, I think, and I mistaken that was actually a big leg tattoo, not she'd fallen over and got a whole bunch of mud on her leg. It was a little bit unclear from what I could see on the screen, so apologies for that. Pretty cool leg tattoo. And this here, right, coming up in just a moment, is the pass that Stephanie Case made on second place female Kristen in the early parts of the race here, you can see. And just after that pass there, Steph went on to put 6-minute gap on Kristen when they got to this aid station just here. Yeah, it's all happening.
So many sort of different climates in one day to go from that pure snow to, it's crazy.
Yeah, absolutely. And they're going to make their way all the way down to the Mediterranean, which is typically known for being quite sunny and quite enjoyable with regards to its temperatures. So it'll be very interesting to see if they move from, sub-zero temperatures in the night to positive 20 degrees and sunshine when they get to the finish line. As we have got our 7th place female, Kevin Roux, here. Still working hard on this very rocky terrain here, Jackie. This is Steph just holding her feet and getting it done, just flying.
She's loving it.
So beautiful, huh?
Yeah, I wonder if that's like a technique of Steph's to just kind of like celebrate the.
Yeah, a big team of Canadians.
Enjoy the highs when you're feeling good.
Okay.
Because we all know in these sorts of races you feel the most almighty of highs and then the lowest of lows.
And you live in France too? You live in France?
That's a good point, hey.
Okay.
Maybe she was just I don't know, embracing the Canadian geese attitude in that kind of temperature, Maybe that was what was going on. Very, very cool to see, though. She's obviously in good spirits to be able to do that and keep moving.
And she's still having a chat.
Yeah, obviously, like in a good headspace to be able to move like that, and also, just kind of be positive about where she is and what's happening around her. So it's really good to see. Yeah, she's moving really well on this terrain here, Jackie. Early in the race, just needs to keep her feet, keep focused, make sure that she just kind of keeps within her effort level. What are the things you're telling yourself 3 hours into a 100-mile race?
I would probably at this point here just be thinking, just keep cruising, and I'd probably be trying to focus on, exactly where I am. When you start to do the math and think about how far you've come and how far you've got to go, I don't know, you can start to play tricks on your mind. But I know some people who love looking at the numbers and assessing, their pace per kilometre and how far to the next checkpoint. And I guess it's, how do you stay motivated and sane when you've got such a long way ahead? Versus, how do you entertain yourself? And some people do crunch the numbers the whole way. A lot of these top guys, you find aren't listening to music, are they? Do you think they put in music at any point?
I do believe that some of them do. I mean, you can see Steph has the headphones on. I think the Sunto over-ear headphones. She's been wearing them since the start of the race. So she definitely has kind of access to music, or maybe she's listening to the live stream.
Shout out to Steph.
Give a big punch to the sky, Steph, if you're listening to the live stream. I definitely think that it's a pretty common thing for runners at the front of the pack to get involved with. I definitely know I know a few people that really encourage it as well, actually. So bit of a mixed bag. I find it quite difficult listening to music. Well, I don't know. I've never really done it in a race, but I just don't know. I don't know if you go like too hard on the music, and then you get too pumped up and you just kind of work at an effort level that's a bit too much. But well, Steph, don't be wasting too much time directing traffic.
I usually like to listen to Miley Cyrus, It's the Climb, when I'm going up the big climbs. Something sadistic about it.
What song is that?
It's the Climb by Miley Cyrus. While going up the climbs, I like to listen to Miley Cyrus, It's the Climb. It's always going to be another... I'll stop singing. No one wants to hear that today.
No, I think
we're not far enough into the race.
I think I've caught on to what song that is. Oh yeah, and doesn't it go like iconic. There's always going to be an uphill battle?
Yeah, and so I'm like, it's right in front of me right now.
Excellent.
What do you think Steph's nutrition plan is? It's so hard to see what they're eating or having as they go, but do you have any insight into what these top guys are probably consuming?
I think I don't know these gentlemen personally what their nutritional strategies would be. But, you know, it's a really interesting world that is right now, the nutrition world, and you know, a lot of it's heavily focused on the amount of carbs per hour that are getting consumed. So I think some of the numbers that people are consuming with regards to carbs per hour, you know, there's a lot of figures that get thrown around. You know, 90 grams an hour up to 120 grams an hour is you know, seeming like two very common, like a common range that is getting used these days as a bit of a guide. But I
mean, you've got to really build up to that as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
In the world, survey Henderson win.
If you're new to the sport and you hear those numbers, you know, you can't just come out all guns blazing thinking you're going to be able to digest 90 grams of carbs in the hour. It takes a long time to get to that.
Yeah, absolutely. Your stomach is a muscle in itself, and it's just like training every other muscle. Like you've got to build into the higher numbers and start it at a effort level and at a gram per hour number that you're able to work with. So yeah, it's a process as well. We're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back, folks.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Via, c'è tanta gente. Non ci facciamo prendere dall'entusiasmo.
Allez, bien en gestion, cardio est bon, c'est parfait.
Mi è venuta una vescica. Fa un male cane.
Aïe. Ah, ça va pas du tout cet orteil.
Ce l'ho fatta! È finita!
All right, folks, we are back live with you from the 2025 Nice Côte d'Azur by UTMB. Here we are with our lead female, Steph Case, as she is just making gravy in these early kilometers of the race. It has gone 3 hours and just about 19 minutes elapsed since the start of the race, which was at 1 p.m. local time, and Aaron sitting at 1,500 meters elevation there as these runners make their way through the landscape, through the mountains, all the way to the incredible French Riviera down in Nice. So Steph has made herself a target to follow out here today in the race. She overtook the Kristen Solbakken from Norway at approximately, let's say, 11 kilometers into the race, and she has put a huge gap on her and the rest of the women's field as the miles have been moving swiftly under her feet. And you can see here that she's moving very well. Steph ran the Hard Rock 100 earlier on this year, as well as the Ultra Trail Snowdonia by UTMB. And I dare say that those kilometers at the high altitude of Colorado are probably helping her out here, because
we got a new one.
She's loving this. She's loving this time out, Steph. We will no doubt see her at the finish line with her little baby Pepper coming over the finish line. I would hazard a guess that that's what we will see unfolding down there at the French Riviera, if all things go to plan for Steph. But it's going to be a long night before we figure out what's going to be happening with the race in the early hours of the morning.
I mean, her little daughter's got to be a good luck charm, right? To have given birth to her and then 6 months later come out and had such an incredible race. Was it Snowdonia?
Yes. Yeah, it was.
Then yeah, she must be a little good luck charm. I actually just got a message off Beth McKenzie, a fellow Aussie before, and also the Hoka Ultra Trail by UTMB 2024 champion and second place in 2025. She's following along. She's currently doing a bike session. I think she's in a European country at the moment, tuning in. And you know, Beth's a great role model in the sport. She loves supporting other females, so I'm sure she's cheering on Steph from afar and all the females.
Beth was out at the UTMB Mont-Blanc World Series finals, I believe, right? Did she run CCC? She had a day out at CCC.
Yeah. Yep, she completed the 101k race. She did it in 14 hours, 12 minutes. So, she went over there, I think, wanting to do a little bit better than that, but she had a tough time. She was battling a niggling injury, and we just don't have the same sort of terrain to practice on here in Australia. But she put in some amazing Ks, and it's really outside of Beth's comfort zone, that terrain. But I think she loved the experience, and once again showing her two little girls, Wynn and Marlo, what females are made of. I know that Beth is now traveling around Europe and trying to keep the Ks no legs as she gears up for a big 100-mile race coming up in a few weeks.
She's running a 100-mile race in a few weeks, you're saying?
Yeah, I can't. It's a colourful fun run sort of one. I think Courtney Dolwood done it a few times. I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head.
All right. Nice. Hey, you should send Beth a link to the guest and get her on while she's doing the bike session.
Oh, yeah, I should ask her. Oh, she said... Oh, she was listening.
All right, folks, we have a little bit of footage here. The best of Alsace 2025. Another incredible race on UTMB World Series circuit. Over 6,000 runners from 64 different countries. Over the 5 legendary races from Hockenheim to Mont-Saint-Odile. Far out, they pass 15 castles and historical sites in this incredible race. And this event raised just under €50,000 for local associations, and of course wouldn't be done without the volunteers. And this race had 900 volunteers helping out. What an incredible experience for these runners. Just another unreal way to experience this incredible community and culture on the UTMB World Series circuit.
Sorry, I do know the race that Beth is doing. It's the Javelina 100.
Oh, the Javelina 100.
There we go. My pronunciation really lacks. Yes, that one.
The Spanish H for the J. Yeah, the Javelina 100. Incredible race. That will be that would be cool to see. Very flat race in the desert of Arizona. 5 laps of a 20-mile course, which you go back and forth on. So yeah, and a very memorable aid stations and vibe out there, Halloween vibe, I believe. So yeah, it's going to be interesting.
I was right in saying something about colourful and fun.
Colourful colour run, yeah, absolutely. And yeah, far out. There's a lot of races out there. The Malaysia Ultra Trail by UTMB is also happening this weekend out in Malaysia. So big shout out to the crew heading out to Malaysia. The Kakar by UTMB, also another one happening this weekend out in Turkey. So big shout out to that crew. Ultra Trail Whistler by UTMB over in Canada. That is happening this weekend. Big shout out to the crew heading over there. So yeah, there's a lot going on this weekend on the UTMB World Series of events. So yeah, there's a few happening this weekend that we'll have to keep a close eye on as well. Jackie?
As well as the World Championships?
World Championships is happening too. Big event on the trail running calendar. And then I tell you, there's one incredible race that I'm looking forward to seeing some content and action from, is the Chihuahua by UTMB. Out in Mexico.
Where is
and that's
that
going
one?
to be happening on the 2nd of October out in Mexico. And that is actually out in the Copper Canyons where the book Born to Run is based out of. So it's a real it's going to be really cool to see that race and see some of the action that comes from that
Here we
one.
go.
Look at that. Born to Run on your bedside table.
Straight
eh?
out. We didn't plan that, everyone. We did not plan that. Actually, coming back to the question you asked me earlier on what race I would like to do next year, I have actually been thinking about Tarawera Ultra Trail by UTMB. That is high up on my list.
Oh, yeah. Yes, that is. That's and which distance would you do there?
Ooh, maybe the 50K or the 100K.
Okay.
I think either of those two. Yeah. If I could get some more speed sessions in, maybe the 50. Have you raced there, Mad?
Ouais, c'est juste après là.
Oh.
Have I raced at yeah, I've done a lot of running out at Tarawera. I have done it's a 60 kilometer. They had a 60 kilometer race. I did the 60 kilometer. I've done the half marathon there. I've also done another race that the organization used to put on, which was a 50 kilometer. Yeah. Out there, I've never done the 100 kilometer or 100 mile. I've also worked a lot out at that race, so being a part of that content team, which kind of cancels me out from running those longer races. But yeah, out there in Rotorua of the North Island in New Zealand, very incredible part of the world to get involved in. I think the entries are open for that race too.
Yeah, I think so. I remember us chatting about it at Ultra Trail Australia in the Blue Mountains.
Oh yeah, that is true. That is true. So that's happening on the 14th to the 15th of February 2026. Now, the real question is...
Oh!
Il y a eu chute sur 29.
It's amazing.
Oh, what happened there?
Thank you, Stephanie.
She had a little slide, I think.
Hey, come on. See ya.
Oh, I think our cameraman's going to double back now and go maybe wait for the second and third females rolling through that point of the race.
Amazing.
Look at these beautiful scenery that these runners are moving through. We're going to take a quick break, folks, and we'll be right back.
We love stinky runners, but use the soap.
You finish your race, and your hands are nice and soft. How good is that?
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Try imagining a place where it's always safe and warm. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
We're back.
All right, folks, we're back. Check out the scenery here. Incredible part of the world to be running these 100-mile runners have been going for just over 3.5 hours now, and they are doing an incredible job. You can see here, this is the beginning. This is the beginning of the race down here. They started at 1 p.m. local time and quickly got to work out there on these trails. They really started out hot and fast, and the males leading the race out in front, along with the females, were not waiting around for anyone out there. They were just getting on with it as they moved through this. This is the first aid station just after 8 kilometers at Saint Etienne, and then we had Oceania moving at the front of the race there, just taking control of the lead early on, which was super impressive. And he has not let off the gas, been charging at the front there all day with a couple of other guys in close succession. And
you can see
this was
Kristen
a bit of action from the front of the females race with Stephanie Case and Kristen Solbeck. They were moving
Kristen no poles
very well together until Steph put on a bit of a move and made a break for it, putting in a huge gap actually by the time she got to that Refuge at 17 kilometers at checkpoint. Unreal. There was a lot of snow up high that the runners had to move through, and it did look like it was quite cold up there. Wind chill factor would have been pretty solid. And this, folks, is where our runners are heading. This is the beautiful Romanesque bell tower of Isola. Stands alone in the middle of the meadow ever since a flood swept away this the church that used to accompany this incredible bell tower. But it's a fine example of Lombard influenced architecture and its characteristics of medieval bell towers throughout the Alpine arc. It's dating back to the mid-12th century, which is absolutely intense. Something that is that old and beautiful is still standing strong and proud. So yeah, and you can see there it's got those 3 different levels of 3 different belfry levels, and each of them with that arched opening there. Beautiful piece of history remaining in Isola, which is where the runners are heading now. That is where their next aid station is going to be at 36.2 kilometers. They are going to be able to receive some help there from their crew as well.
I do wonder if they'll be able to.
The crew has access to this aid station, and they will be able to check in with their friends and family, or friends, whoever they have crewing them for that race. So yeah, it's going to be cool to see the action as they come into there. Right now we have the best of Grand Raid Veto by UTMB 2025. It was one of the latest UTMB World Series events that took place in April at the famous Mont-Blanc in France. Grand Raid owned by UTMB. Here we go. It's really first class 5-star event happening out there. A lot of sunshine. Pictures from Ida Sophie Hegerman, from our commentary team, Matthew Simon, Laura Paradon, Benjamin, Del Martin, and Thomas Cardin, all victors of the races out there. Some of those names to did exceptionally well in the UTMB World Series final at UTMB Mont-Blanc. For a place to go running beautifully. Time to year. Another example of another race on this UTMB World Series that makes me want to get out and pick that Google track, get amongst this trail running community and the sport. Times, a bit of pain. It was fun. Came into well. I don't know if you had to wrap right now, but Grand Raid by UTMB, another good event to get involved in.
So we can see the runners absolutely flying down the mountain here.
Yeah.
I think they know that checkpoint is coming up.
One of our lead
That
runners
next
at
aid
that
station.
100 mile, actually, Theo Lebedot, he did commence the start of the 100 mile at the Grand Raid Veto, but he unfortunately had to DNF in that one. And so I guess back out again in the thick of it. Back out in the heart of it. So that is good to see. Very good to see.
You can see all of the different colours here, which matches up with the difficulty of the mountains. So they're currently heading down towards that next aid station, which is going to be incredible for the runners.
The map showing what is to come for our 100-mile runners as they come down into the town of Isola and to that aid station down there, which will be just over 36 kilometers into this race. And as mentioned, there will be their crew, and you can see here right after they get to have a little bit of reprieve and potentially get some stocks, they're going to have a pretty solid climb out of town as they make their way along that balcony there in the mountains high up. And I dare say that it's going to start getting a bit darker as they move through this section of the course as the night falls and as they continue to make their way to the French Riviera and the finish line down in Nice, where the blue water and potentially good amounts of sunshine are waiting for them.
Do you think they'll be going for a jump in the water after they finish, Madge? I sure would be. So we're just going to show a little bit of a short clip here.
I got you! The training is a little part in my life. Wow! Oh wow, så cool! Med strakket her opp spinnet. Welcome to my life.
So, folks, we're going to have a little bit of a look here at a series done with one of the
Good morning,
Hoka
all.
athletes.
Welcome to Inside the Run. That's my place. And
Judith
I
Wieder.
need to bring these two to school, and then you can follow me along. I'm Judith Wieder, and I'm from Switzerland, running for Hoka and Rabuons. I've been an orienteer all my life, and then I swapped to trail running after giving birth to my first daughter. Then we have Lynn, 7.5. That's Jonna, she's 5 years old, and my husband Gabriel. Happily, we are able to eat breakfast together normally, and they leave at 8 o'clock to kindergarten and school. You will probably see that training is a little part in my life. We've somehow managed it. Somehow. I don't know how, but we do. It's really important to organize yourself well, to have a good communication with my husband, but also with the kids. Ja, kannst du reinschlüpfen? Lynn, bist du noch da? Ah, gut. Of course, it's probably not the easiest athlete life, but on the other hand, it gives me so much joy because it just has been so many other things going on and so many other things have been nice. Let's go for the first run. It's a 70 minutes run, easy speed, and my husband Gabriel is coming with me. If you look at training, of course, there are way better places, but I've been growing up here and it's really nice to have my parents close. And then we have a 300-meter knoll, and I do kind of 95% on this knoll of all of my trainings, and it seems it works out quite well. I got you! Now I'm back from my first run, and I will cook food for today. It's gonna be sushi bowl and salad. Nutrition is really important for your training, for your daily recovery, but it's also not everything. Hello! In a daily life with kids, to be able to eat enough, for me it's the most important and difficult part. Hallo, hallo! Oh wow, so gut! Hast du müssen? I did work until 2017 as a physio. After that, it was hard to juggle like running, my first daughter, and also, of course, working. So I focused on trail running, but also on our own company, Endurance, who organizes trail running camps and coachings. Lunch is done, and we are going for a run together with Jonna, with her bike. Only easy, short 40 minutes. I've been a runner kind of all my life. We were like in the mountains all weekends, also hiking trips with the family.
Easy run, you said?
It's always a speed session with her.
The second run is done. 22k today. I think it's quite okay. Jonna and Lynn are having swim class, so we're going there. As you can see, it has been a busy day. It's my daily routines and it's how it is at my place. Thanks for joining me, and I'm happy to see you at OCC at the UTMB finals.
Wow, she's a powerhouse. She can do it all. I also love how fast her easy run was.
Yes, it would. I can imagine there'd be some fast, easy running going on in that part of the world.
Yeah. All right, here we are. We're back with the first and second men, Jeremy and Paul. Looks like quite a cool section of the course. Sort of some single track around the edge of the mountains there.
Yeah, it gets pretty tight and pretty technical along here as they descend down into Isola. And yeah, Jeremy is caught up with Paul here, and they're working together. So that's that's an interesting change up there. Jeremy obviously is doing incredibly well, feeling very good. And yeah, that was a cool little video there from Judith Vida. She on the day she came third at the UTMB World Series final as UTMB Mont-Blanc in the OCC. She was third there, but with the removal of the first place lady in the race due to some issues, she's now noted as second in that race for the OCC. As we pull a jacket off a bush there.
That was a bit of teamwork, wasn't it? How many runners does it take to get your jacket back?
Yeah, from the thorn bush out here in the French mountains. But yeah, you can see this trail gets pretty tight. Does look a little bit overgrown in parts. So just a nice little obstacle for these runners to navigate, keep them on their toes and wide awake as they head down into this next aid station.
I think this looks like a bit of fun, this part. This would be my favourite part of the course so far, I think. Just because you can sort of get a bit of momentum going. I think you know the next checkpoint's coming up, or aid station.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do you find you always get a little bit of a confidence boost as well, knowing you've, completed 30 kilometres now?
Yeah, I think it all. Yeah, it's definitely a decent chunk of distance to be able to knock off 100-mile race. I think it's also still a race, but I think it's of course, getting that amount of time done and that amount of distance is a huge win, especially if you're feeling good and moving well. Look at this! Wow, that's such a tight lead pack of guys, which is awesome to see.
It looks like mountain biking tracks.
Good news. Yeah, they are very tight. They are very they're definitely pretty rocky underfoot. Like and it definitely looks pretty overgrown. So, yeah.
This is where you can find some sort of leaderboard upsets happen on these descents into, an aid station, because some people start to feel good and can fly down these.
Yeah, they can get really sucked into the waiting arms of their support crew and want to get into that aid station a little bit sooner than they want.
You can see from their perspective how far they have to go down to get to the bottom of the valley there. It's a long way down.
Yeah, it's still you could get a sense of it being close, but there's still you've still got a lot of ground to cover before you actually get down there. So I think out of the 5 gentlemen that we saw in that drone aerial shot before, 2 of them are camera runners, and then 3 of them are the 3 guys in the race. So we would have positions 1, 2, and 3 on the camera. Yeah. And then there would be the camera runners within them as well. just seeing how this is all unfolding. Yeah, you can see there just on the top right of the screen, 34 kilometers done into the race. So they are just a couple of K out from the next aid station.
Oh, and the temperature says it's up to 8 degrees. Wow, look at this shot.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
That is beautiful.
Really makes us get an understanding of how small we are as humans in this landscape, and how small these runners look right now is a great reminder that this is a very big, wide world, and trail running has a very small little imprint on it.
And how incredible it is that our two little legs can take us so damn far.
Yes, the ground we can cover. It's pretty exceptional for sure.
Do you think during every 100-mile race you've done, at a certain point during the race, do you always accidentally have the thought, I've done one marathon, I've got 3 more to go?
I don't think that's ever been a part of my strategy to think of it like that, because I think you're right.
I don't mean to think of it like that. It's bad. It hurts the soul, but it always pops into my head.
Yeah, I don't know if you want to say made that mistake, but I've definitely made other mistakes in thinking about how far there is to go and looking at what's been done. So yeah, it's that is a big part of the game, that mental element. So okay, Steph, so if you have done that and you've kind of let yourself go to that space and to that thinking, what have you done to counteract that point of your race? Like if you've gone there and you didn't want to.
What have I done? I probably just try and come back to, I sometimes count my steps. I literally count my steps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Or I will start to try and focus on singing the lyrics of whatever music I'm listening to, just so I only focus on the present moment.
That's a good one. Yep, getting back into that present moment. That is good. Hey, big shout out to Bia on the chat from Turkey. Very nice to see the comment from there. Mother Goose giving shout out to Jake, saying that he has done the highest point of the race, and that is a very good thing. Absolutely, it is done. Ellen Cheatham again getting a shout out from Alex Chung Evans. Thanks a lot, Alex. Alan has the biggest support crew, I believe, in this whole chat.
There is good reason for that, actually. Ellen's part of a running club in London, and I think they have a fantastic community there.
Oh, excellent.
So they're all following along. Yeah.
What running club's that?
What are they? I know, I need to give the running club a shout out. Sorry, I found it before.
The running club. There's a lot of running clubs in London. This could be a real deal breaker as to whether it's
Don't go anywhere, everyone. Wait for it. Oh, the Clapham Chasers.
Oh, is she really
Shout out
part of the
to-
Clapham Chasers?
Yeah, she's affiliated with the Clapham Chasers. Yeah.
Damn, that's so good. I used to run for the Clapham Chasers like 15 years ago.
Is it a very well-known run club?
It is. Clapham Chasers are the green, blue, and white of the Clapham Chasers is a very welcome sign in the London running scene. Big shout out to any Clapham Chasers on the line. They are a very good crew of humans to go cut a Battersea Park tempo session with. Far out. Did a few of those. Folks.
Running in... Oh, sorry.
I was just going to say that these runners are really making their way closer and closer to town. You can see that the trees are very much covering the views to the sky from these runners. They're running through the tunnel of trees right now because they've dropped well below tree line and they are really getting closer to town. You can see that these trails here are a little bit more... let's say human-made than natural with a lot of stonework and stuff like that. So these runners are getting really close to the next aid station and the township of Isola as they come in, getting a few claps now from the locals. So we'll be able to see this transition as Jeremy Nyong comes into the third aid station here, and we'll see what crew he has, accompanied here as well by first and second place together, Paul Chavinik.
That would be exciting to hear all the people cheering and clapping and, a bit of a change up in scenery and vibes from being out there on the trails for a few hours now.
Yeah. And look at this, Jackie. There really is the top 4 guys running together. Is that the top 4 or is that the top 3 and a cameraman? It's a little bit hard to tell, but I think it might be the top 4.
Okay.
It's definitely one,
And,
two.
This is a mountain town that naturally sort of marks as a key point or aid station due to where it's situated in the Alpine trails. I think Paul is going to have a very smooth transition here at this aid station. Dump and run, I think.
Oh yeah, so it's the top 3 guys all moving into Isola. Just under 120 kilometers to go. This aid station is just over 36 kilometers into the race.
It's quite an important aid station for a lot of the runners because, they've been running for over 4 or 5 hours now by the time they get in, and they're needing to probably have some proper race fuel and get themselves recentered to kick off into the next part of the race. Also a real psychological boost having everyone there cheering you on.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's going to be the next time to see their crew before the the darkness hits. Look at this for an aid station. Whoa, it's packed.
Wow.
A lot of crew there.
Apparently a lot of the locals from the town come out to cheer them on, and they almost create it like a little bit of a festival sort of, and make it a really motivating and memorable environment for the runners.
You can certainly see there's a lot of people there. A lot of different crews waiting for their runners.
And I mean, these guys have just ticked off that huge climb up to the highest point. So
Look at that.
getting to physically refuel and also the mental boost would be, oh, Paul was not wasting any time then. He was in and out, wasn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. As he should, really. There's no real need to waste unnecessary time at this aid station.
Allez, Jérémy, allez.
And this is Jeremy Nyon heading out, getting back on with the business, getting this race done. Chasing after Paul Javink as he
For the
leads
locals,
this
it's
100-miler.
probably... For the locals, that's probably a pretty exciting thing to have happening is, you know, this massive race, having an aid station right in the centre of their town. There's only about 1,000 residents of that small Alpine town there.
Yeah.
Isola.
All crew.
I guess they need that psychological boost as well as they then enter another massive climb.
Je pense que c'est le troisième.
Do you go for more gels or bars or chews these days, Madge?
Definitely a lot of gels. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Consuming a lot
drink?
of gels.
Do you do liquid calories as well?
Sometimes. But I think it can be... Yeah, I find gels at the moment are a lot easier to manage than... than doing the drink.
Everyone in the chat,
that.
what's your go-to race nutrition? If you're only allowed one thing, what is your go-to? I'm going to write mine in there.
Wow, one thing.
Just one.
Morton gel caffeine. Jesus.
I lied, I did too. Oh, here we go. Yeah, nice precision. Gotcha. Paul is flying up this climb. He's back to the double arms.
Yeah, Paul really does not muck around when he gets onto these climbs. He just kind of takes it on.
He is mentally so locked in right now.
Yeah, it really does. It really is the case when he gets on to these climbs and just gets to work.
So Paul is known for his strategic pacing and his consistent performances. And I mean, in 100 miles, you really do need consistency and strategic pacing. So maybe that'll work in his favour today. This is a pretty cool shot right here.
Yeah.
Is this coming out of the aid station?
Yeah, this is coming out of the town of Isola. As
That
Theo
water looks icy cold.
Loborok gets a moving hug from either a stranger or someone he knows. Yeah, definitely. Paul here has definitely put a bit of a gap on the rest of the crew, and I think a lot of that is just due to moving through that aid station so quickly, getting in and out, and just getting on with things.
Paul has a lot of experience across a range of different distances and races, and he's had a lot of practice on varied terrain. So I think that's going to work in his favour today for sure. And apparently he really likes to prioritise his preparation, adaptability, and his mental resilience. So Paul is going to show us how it's done today. Preparation, adaptability, and mental resilience.
He's obviously been in very competitive sport for a long time, as we mentioned before, with his kayak slalom history, and being a coach himself, albeit of a different sport, but being a coach has a lot to do with that mental preparation and understanding the mental side of performance and competition.
Yeah, through the kayaking, he would have really built his endurance base up to a pretty top-notch level. I'd love to know what his VO2 max is.
Yeah, I dare say it's pretty solid. You can see.
Well, there's no rest, yeah.
It's so wild. You almost think, how is there a trail up this mountainside? There sure is.
It's just hugging the edge of it, isn't it?
Mm.
Wow, look at these little steps hidden away.
Yeah, that's what we want to see, getting out there into the wild world.
Looks like medieval times, doesn't it?
Yeah, you can imagine what these trails would have been used for hundreds of years ago. Yeah, it's really cool. Folks, we're going to take a quick break and we'll be back shortly.
absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Try imagining a place where it's always safe and warm. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
From. All right, folks, here we have some beautiful shots from our lead 100-mile runners on the trails out of the township of Isola, which is at 36 kilometers into this race. So these runners here would be at approximately 38 kilometers into the race. Well, here we have 36.5. Paul Konut-Shovic is leading the race here, as he has been doing since the start. He's been with a tight crew of people, tight crew of guys. They've all been kind of chopping and changing in the lead there, but he's been right up there with them for the whole time. And we have our first, second, and third male of the race right here, and we have a cameraman in between them. Hence why there's 4 guys. So 4 hours 17 minutes passed in this race as it unfolds. A little bit of slow-mo action here from Paul as he is moving through that last aid station.
Paul's quite a young ultra runner. He's only 27 years of age. Good to see the young guys getting out there.
Yes, youth on his side, I'm sure. That's a huge bonus.
Athletes must run in their family because his brother is a tennis player who goes to Florida State University. So there you go, they must all be athletes.
Mm-hmm. Very impressive. Nicolas Thomas from Belgium and Jeremy Neon also right up there in second and third place of the 100-miler. Folks, don't forget, tomorrow morning, 7:15, we are going to go live with the start of the 50K race here as part of the Nice Côte by UTMB 2025. We're going to be following these 100-mile runners until approximately 40 kilometers into this race, and then we are going to call it a night and allow everyone to get some rest while these runners move through the night. And then we are going to pick up the live stream again tomorrow morning from 7:15 a.m. still have their running legs under them, which is a good sign as they approach that marathon mark. Right, so what have we got here? Slalom, kayak slalom. Thanks, Ross, for the heads up there. Right, Ryan H, tailwind. If it's good enough for Courtney, I imagine he's saying it's good enough for him. All right, dates. Number 1 for nutrition, Jacob Hansen. Thanks a lot, Jacob. M Mystery asks a question about collecting any stones in the Nice Côte d'Azur 100 miler by UTMB 2025. Yes, absolutely. Runners in this race do collect a number of stones for the entry into the UTMB World Series final at Mont-Blanc. So runners who complete this race, they will get 4 running stones to use in the lottery for the UTMB World Series finals at UTMB Mont-Blanc. So the top 3 of this race, male and female, they get automatic entry into the equivalent at the UTMB World Series final. So this race would give you automatic entry to UTMB for the top 3 men, top 3 women, and all runners who complete this distance collect 4 running stones that they can use to go into the UTMB lottery. And those running stones, I believe, exist forever, so they don't expire. However, you do need to make sure that you have a valid UTMB index within the race category that you are wanting to be a part of. So if you wanted to run the OCC at the UTMB World Series final, you would need a valid 50-kilometer UTMB index, and then you'd need your running stones for being selected in the lottery. So that's how it works. And all the other races here as well, this weekend, all of the other races also receive the running stones for access into the lottery for the races. That's how it works. How many running stones have you got so far, Jackie?
That's a great question. I haven't been hunting stones, so I couldn't even tell you.
All right.
Is that the wrong answer? How many stones have you got?
How many stones would I have right now? I would have maybe 6.
Nice.
Maybe 7. Yeah. 6 or 7. Yeah.
Okay.
Just been collecting stones. Just collecting stones, you know?
Ouais.
Allez, je décroche.
Je peux passer devant, je passe devant.
All right. So our cameraman here is right with first, second, and third male of the 100 miler as they make their way up this climb out of the town of Isola. And our other cameraman, as you could see just before, is going to double back, probably pick up the lead females as they come through this section. And we have our 3 leaders here, Paul Shavink, Nicholas Thomas, and Jeremy Neon, moving through this beautiful part of the forest.
it's just a continual grindy uphill, isn't it? You can hear the puffing and panting a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely no easy uphills around here.
What do you prefer? The climb up, grinding it out using your poles, or absolutely sending it downhill? What is your preference?
Honestly, I prefer the uphill. Yep.
Find some rhythm, settle in a little bit.
Yeah. You just get an honest day out when you're moving on the uphills, I think.
Team 25, on est sur le plat là.
Wow. Unbelievable scenes. Is this Camille we've got back on the screen, 5th male? Oh. He's looking strong, isn't he?
Yeah, definitely moving very well for this part of the race. Not really waiting around at all either, you know. He's obviously happy to just kind of get on with whatever effort or pace he's after, and then if the others could follow, then fair game, but if not, then I don't think he's too bothered.
Do you think the typical training week for these guys varies a lot between them? You know, these are the top 3 guys right now. And I wonder if, their typical training week has many similarities.
Yeah, I believe, it's interesting. I think that, you know, nowadays there's definitely a lot of differences, different ways people are training. So, yeah, it kind of depends what camp they fall into with regards to, you know, whether they're more of a high volume runner within their training, or whether they're, you know, maybe a little bit of a medium volume but a lot more cross training, in terms of, you know, also including maybe a lot of resistance training. So yeah, I think it can really vary depending on the athlete. So it's and I think that depending on how an athlete responds to different training stimulus, they can still be able to keep up at the front of the race, even if it is wildly different to someone who's, say, doing a lot of traditional higher mileage running training. Yeah, how about you?
I mean, I also find it quite interesting because, we're heading to a break. We can continue chatting about this in a little bit. We're just taking a quick break, guys. We've got the 4th man on the screen here. And we'll be back soon.
stinky runners, but use the soap.
You finish your race, and your hands are nice and soft. How good is that?
Try imagining a place where it's always safe and warm. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Okay, we're back here following along. This is a pretty amazing drone shot as they make their way up, hugging the mountainside here. It honestly looks like medieval towns. It's pretty cool. Not sure if the runners would be able to take in the scenery at this point, though, if they're just locked in, getting it done. This is the fifth male on screen, Camille. And he's been by himself for a lot of the day. As we could see, the first few guys have all stuck together in a group, but he's just that little bit dropped back from everyone else. It's always harder pacing yourself when you're by yourself. It's easy to sort of lag back and, yeah, drop behind even further. But he's done quite a good job up until now to keep right up behind that lead group. I'm going to have a look quickly at the I think he's a couple of minutes behind those first few guys. Maj, I was just saying it's hard when you're not in sort of that lead pack. It's easy to drop behind a little bit further and further when you don't have that pacing alongside you.
Yeah, absolutely. It's and like it can be easy to lose a bit of motivation and a little bit of drive as well if you can't see where the others are. And yeah, it can be a long night too, because what will happen is these guys will be going through the night, and if say you're a lone wolf out there and having to take on the evening by yourself, then it can be that can be quite a challenge as well. As well with just simple things like navigation and always having to look at markers and always having to be onto it mentally in that regard. It can take a lot of mental energy. Whereas if you're in a group of say 2 or 3 guys, you can just kind of switch off just momentarily a little bit within the night, which can make a big difference.
And I think that has actually happened today. I mean, the first 3 guys are all right beside each other. Then Theo, he's about 7 minutes behind the lead pack. And then Camille, he's about 30 minutes behind the lead pack. So, yeah, those guys in the first 3 can kind of work as a team. And then Theo and Camille are out there by themselves. Maybe they'll end up finding each other at a certain point and sticking it out together.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and hopefully that is the case, allowing them to to be able to do that and maybe pair up through the night. It's going to be a long night out there, I think. Also, with the temperatures being below zero as they move closer to 2,000 meters and above. So it's going to be a long night. And yeah, we have the top 5 men as they moved through the last checkpoint at Isola. Nicolas Thomas, Paul Chavinik, Germignon, Theo Lebodoc, and Camille Tominet as they went through that last aid station there. And again, this was the timing point at 17 kilometers with the top 5 ladies moving through that with a decent spread of about 25 minutes separating the top 5 ladies as they went through that aid station at 17 kilometers into the race. And folks, we are going to have a quick break and we'll be right back.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
All right, folks, welcome back. It is nothing but red here. Stephanie Case, the Canadian, in very bright red top with a bright red Canadian flag. And we are in the 100-mile category, which is also colored red in the UTMB World Series. So this is Steph Case leading the women's race as she descends down some cool technical trail in the forest above the township of Isola, and she will be descending down into town where there is an aid station waiting for her and potentially some crew. We'll see what crew is around to help out Steph at this aid station. But she is leading the women's race after
very comfortably.
A good 4 hours and 40 minutes into this race.
The group chat, will I call it group chat? No, the live chat is picking up a little bit. And if you guys want to jump on, there's a new poll up. What is your favorite race distance to run? 20 kilometers, 50K, 100K, 100 miles, or longer than 100 miles? Oof. What would be your answer, Madge?
I'm going to go with 100 miles.
100 miles. That's your favorite race distance to run. Oof.
Yeah. Yeah, I reckon.
Sucker for punishment.
Maybe.
So we were talking about before. Here we are, a little bit of a recap. Nope. That was a bit of a tease then.
Yes, it's yes and no on the recap. I think one of our camera runners is working their way back along the trail to visit Steph, who's coming in hot and fast.
Not long until they hit 5 hours out there on the trails.
It's a long day on the trails, 5 hours.
I'd probably be having the mindset right now of really knuckle down while the sun's still up. Get as much done as you can while you can see where you're going.
I think... yeah.
So the cutoff is 48 hours. So some of the runners towards the back of the pack, they have 48 hours to get this done, which is a really, really long and tough time out there.
Yeah, it certainly is a generous time window to get this done. Although I would say that it's also very what am I trying to say here? A lot of runners are going to be coming in. A lot of runners are going to use that 48 hours to get this done. It's a long time, but there will be a lot of people that will need all of that time to get a race like this done because it's pretty meaty. It's definitely up there.
When we were talking earlier about the different sorts of training styles, there's high volume, a lot of cross training and different things in ultras and trail running these days. I always find it, most runners are one way or the other more inclined, higher volume, or maybe they do more speed work with more cross-training bike and all those sorts of things. But I find that when a runner has been training one way, it's rare that they try the other way. Do you know what I mean?
Excuse me, I'm sorry, I don't speak really English.
Yeah, it can take a long time for someone to transition into a different way of training, or not do it at all. Absolutely.
I feel like most people fall into whatever one way or the other they go, and then to really make that change is quite tough to do.
Yeah, definitely. I think it would have to take a really big influence for someone to change their training style. But I guess that could come in the way of injury, or they might be plateauing and they don't really get a training stimulus like they used to. So I think there's a number of ways someone would be called to try a different way of training. Definitely.
Mm-hmm. Do you know much about what our lead lady, his training week looks like, Stephanie Case?
I don't really. I mean, what what I do know is that she does get after it. There's no way in holding Steph back. I don't know if we can find much on her on the internet with regards to her training. I'm not sure if she puts a whole lot up on the line, but yeah, it does seem like the last few weeks have been pretty solid.
She's having way too much fun on this downhill. Do you think she knows the aid station's coming up?
Yeah, she definitely would. Absolutely.
Couple of kilometres, and it's going to be interesting to see what her aid station stop is like.
Yeah, I reckon she'll be getting in and out pretty quickly. I can't imagine she'll be hanging around too long out on that one.
I wonder if her little girl will be at this aid station. Maybe the whole family. That would be exciting.
Yeah, we'll see. Yeah. I guess it's probably early enough, you know? I guess it's early enough to have the kid out. You know, the kid's not going to be in bed just yet, I don't think.
All right, does anyone, or we're going to open it up to everyone, what does everyone think that Steph is going to eat and drink at the aid station? Predictions into the chat. Does anyone just have a good old-fashioned banana these days?
Bananas, I just don't know. They're so full of fibre, you know. I don't think anyone wants to deal with the fibre. Here we have another look at this incredible Romanesque bell tower in Isola. Yeah, it's really incredible that this bell tower remains because a flood quite a while ago swept away the church that surrounded it, or that was accompanied by the bell tower. So, yeah, it's a really, really fine example of a Lombard-influenced architecture and its characteristics of medieval bell towers throughout the Alpine arc, and it dates back to the mid-12th century. So that is this cool piece of infrastructure that still remains.
All right, there's no one biting in the group chat. Come on, guys. What do we think the lead lady, Stephanie, is going to have to refuel up at the aid station? I think she's going to get a hug. Definitely a hug off someone. I think she'll change.
What is it? I don't know, Jackie. It's coming up to 6 p.m. local time there, so I think I don't know. I reckon the little baby Pepper is going to be going to bed and won't be too interested in what Mum's doing out on the trails this evening.
I actually wonder if she says. I wonder if it peps her up having her little girl out there, or if it might distract her. She's probably worried otherwise.
Well,
she might run more happily knowing that her little one's tucked up in bed. So in the blue, is the blue the camera operator? And then we've got another competitor behind?
I believe so. Yeah, Steph would be in the red, the kind of bright red top, and then we have a camera operator. Then we have that someone else behind. Absolutely. And Steph is letting that runner go past.
Oh, you could hear her there cheer them on, and she said, "Well done."
Yeah, Steph's definitely let a few people pass her on the downhill, but we have to remember that Steph passed 48 people on the uphill leading up to this. So, different strengths at different moments. And that is, that's Steph, allowing people to cruise past as they need. There's a bit of early action from the race today. Almost 5 hours ago, when these runners went through the first few kilometers of the race and the first aid station too. Wasn't long after that aid station where Steph got in the lead and kind of just charged on from there. Hasn't really looked back since. She had a 6-minute gap at the 17-kilometer checkpoint aid station, and we are going to see what's happened to that gap on this downhill. It will be interesting to see if that gap has grown, or if maybe some of the other ladies are moving really well on the downhill and they've been able to close that gap a little bit to Steph. And we'll be able to get an estimate we'll be able to know, actually. We'll be able to know for sure when they move through that next timing point at Isola. But these runners have already been up and over the highest point of the race, which is over 2,600 meters, and they are now, as you can see, moving downhill into the town of Isola. And we'll see who is waiting for them, what crew is going to be around.
It looks like Kristen and Ellen might be moving together across the course, and also Michaela. It's very close, the second, third and fourth females. But yeah, when it gets to the aid station, we'll be able to have a very good idea.
Folks, we're going to take a quick break as we leave you with these images of Steph Case leading the 100-miler, coming down into the town of Isola for her next aid station.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Try imagining a place where it's always safe and warm. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
Not long for
All right.
Stephanie Case. Get to that aid station.
Coming up to 5 hours elapsed into this race. That is that's a long time on the feet already, Jackie. But there is a very long time to go as well.
For anyone just tuning in, Madge, can you explain to everyone what the designs are on Stephanie's pack and hat is?
This is a design that incorporates what they call the Flora Alpina, which is the alpine flowers of the Alpine, I guess. I'm not sure exactly like what country or what region the Flora Alpina are from, so the flowers are from, but this design is it's done obviously by the North Face, as you can see there on Stephanie's pack, but yeah, it incorporates a bunch of very resilient flowers that can deal with the harsh environments of the Alpine, just like all these runners. I think that is the connection that's been made between the Flora Alpina and the endurance athletes of the world.
And they have had all sorts of conditions today. It feels like forever ago that they were, hiking up those snow-capped mountains.
Yes, yeah, it can seem like a bit of a time warp already. Absolutely. Yeah, and a lot is going to happen between now and when these runners get all the way back down to the ocean and the French Riviera down in Nice. You can see here the red section of this profile is what the runners have more or less completed, and the dark blue is what they still have to go. So there is a lot of ground to be covered in between now and when these runners can take off their shoes and chill out a little bit more. So this footage here...
This is Kristen.
Yes. So this is what we believe to be the second woman on the drone footage right now coming down the mountain. So that is awesome to see. And she's moving
she's
super
about
well.
10 minutes behind.
Okay.
So there's about a 10-minute gap between Steph and Kristen, and then the third female, Ellen, is only 1 minute behind. She must be just out of shot there. I'm intrigued to see if Kristen's going to be able to make up a bit of time on Steph coming downhill, because as we can see, Steph slowed up a tiny bit on the descent.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if she has, or how much she has grown that lead.
Well, any minute now, and Steph is going to be coming into that aid station. Do you think she's going to sit down?
I don't reckon. I reckon she's just going to get in and get out very quickly. And I think, I think it's very early in the race, and I don't think that there's going to be much need to hang around. You can see that Steph's also got her long tights on and long top, so I feel like that's what she's going to continue wearing throughout the night as well. So yeah, I don't think there's going to be any need to do any like clothing changes, which might take a little bit more time and things like that. Yeah, I've got some great drone footage happening right now. As you can see, these small trails just weaving in and out of the forest.
probably good that this part of the course is, a little bit further into the race, because I can imagine it could get quite jammy coming down those trails otherwise.
Yeah.
And there's not a lot of room for an overpass.
No, not at all.
I'm sure Steph is excited for the psychological boost of the whole town sort of being there and cheering everyone on. There's only about 1,000 residents in the small town of Isola.
Yeah, it will definitely be a solid. You can see their cowbells. You can hear them in the distance. They are cowbells down at Isola.
The excitement always builds as you head into those aid stations, and then it's just over so quickly, isn't it?
Yeah, well, that's true. It's going to be, it's really gonna step up when Steph gets into this aid station. I can feel that the energy is going to be electric.
À tout hasard, si jamais Hugo est sur le ravito, est-ce qu'il peut m'aider à changer la batterie de la
I
GoPro?
definitely think the second female, Kristen, is going to make up a couple of minutes on Steph in this downhill section.
Yeah, I reckon it's going to be important to see this transition go as Steph comes in and out of this aid station. Geez, Alan, all the family are following and rooting for you. So that's from Adrian Cheatham, I guess a relative of Ellen, the cheetah. So yeah, Adrian, where are you tuning in from? Where is the fam tuning in from? Giving a shout out to Ellen. But I think the whole Ellen definitely did the best job of letting everyone she knows know that she was doing a race. And we'll
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
she comes, the first female. Stephanie is running into the third aid station at 35 Ks in. She's been going for just over 5 hours. She'll be super excited to see her crew and support team. A lot of the locals from town have come out to cheer the runners on today. There's only about 1,000 residents in the small town here, so it's a bit of a spectacle having this event have one of its key aid station stops right in the middle of it. And for a lot of runners, this is a point where you have a main meal or something before you head off into the evening. Here we go, and Stephanie Case coming into the aid station.
Unreal, Jackie. Look at this. There are blue and white balloons just lining the town streets here. Someone has gone and put a whole bunch of blue and white balloons out, and the crowd is going mental. Look at this. Everyone has come out to be a part of this festivity. Steph is coming in as the lead female. Look at this, Jackie. There's the band. The local band is out. They've spray painted directions in the street.
The mental boost would be immense, and to then run into where you can restock on fuel and see some family, maybe get a hug, it would really make a difference 5 hours into this race.
Yeah, it's no joke out here right now. Look at this, and this is just an absolutely massive moment in the race. Right now, Jackie is going to just come into this township, be so pumped. You know, it's going to be, this is one of the greatest aid stations to exist on this course, let alone the world of ultra and trail running. This is going to be an incredible little moment here. We'll be able to pass through with Steph and the camera.
And she's got a few runners right on her tail there, so it's all happening. Everyone's coming into this aid station. Cowbells are going. And once she turns this bend, she's going to be greeted by a lot more people. Good vibes here in the town of Isola.
Yeah, check this out. This is, the crowd's going to erupt right now. Here we go. Nice. Look at this. Steph just zooming into this aid station. Heading to her crew.
I'm excited to see what the leading lady is going to do.
Just dropping off the flasks, getting some freshies in there.
I wonder who this is.
You're doing great.
Oh, Pringles. We've got a Fanta.
What do you want to change? No, next one.
So I'm going to put this on. Yep. Because I think it's getting dark.
Yes, it is.
Quick. Are you coming with me?
Yes. You want to change to the next one?
I'm not going to change. I'm just going to switch out. Okay.
And you're warming up.
Right, she's going to pick up her bigger head torch now.
Sophie, did you say you're doing great?
Does this feel wet to you?
Not too bad, but I have it. There's a, would you like something?
Buff. Can you bring up Buff?
So you can see there, folks, Steph is ditching a smaller head torch and picking up a bigger one. Now, that smaller head torch is probably just a little bit lighter, a little bit easier to carry, and
she's taking a bit more time here than what I thought.
yeah, I think maybe she's just getting ready for the night ahead and making sure that she has all the equipment that she needs.
I would have thought that sort of stuff would have been the admin that was really dialed in before a race like this, but
yeah, I don't know what's going on here. I think she's trying to get this head torch to work. which is not great news. She's obviously a little bit frustrated there by that.
It's definitely taking more time than what you would hope.
Yeah, as long as she can leave this aid station with everything she needs for the night ahead and everything she wants, that's the most important thing. And if it does take a bit longer than planned, like, that's all right.
It looks like they're searching for something.
You can't find it.
Yeah, was she looking for a dry layer that she could take?
I can hear her saying that she can't find something, so...
I don't see it. Nope. Oh, sorry. Sorry.
Oh, there we go. The buff. Looking for the buff.
Ah.
So she's going to ditch her. Going to ditch her hat. Pick up a buff. Just grabbed figurehead torches.
She still seems cool, calm and collected.
Yeah, I think she's she's been able to remain fairly composed. Which is a good thing. I mean, it's another like 15 kilometers, 25 kilometers until she gets to see her aid station again.
This isn't going well. Come on.
You're on the edge of your seat here, Jackie, wanting her to get out of this aid station.
I just... It feels like too long for me.
Right.
Oh, it's all good. She's off. In and out.
There you go.
The most important thing, I feel like
I think
Steph,
she's... Oh.
what do you think?
I think the other two females are going to be on her toes.
We will
What do you
see.
think?
I feel like Steph had such a gap on the chasing females that I feel like, yes, she spent what felt like a decent bit of time in that aid station, although I feel like it was all useful. Like, she was getting herself ready for the night ahead, so I think taking a little bit extra time to do that is okay. And yes, it can seem like an eternity, where the reality is probably only a couple of minutes more than you could otherwise burn. Yeah. Anyway, I feel like Steph had a decent gap on the other ladies, and so I feel like, if she loses a couple of minutes, then that is what it is. But she's still got a lot of time. As we can see, Michaela Lishakova is coming in to the aid station, which we just saw Steph leave. So that is going to allow us to get a good update on the timing, on the exact lead that Steph has on Michaela Lishakova. I think Michaela had a bunch of people on the live chat giving her a big shout out. So folks, if you're there on the live chat following Michaela, make sure that you give her a big shout out as she comes into this aid station in second place. All right, Jackie, here we go.
She's moving well too.
Transition.
I'm
What's
feeling pretty good about this one. I think she's going to be fast.
All right, this is...
She looks like she's just moving really calmly. Oh, yes.
Philip is
Her
Michaela's
brother.
aide. Her bro. We'll call him the Flip. The Flip is doing his thing.
So he's a mountain biker, apparently.
He's a very good mountain biker too, apparently. Look at this, Michaela making the most of this aid station shop. She had a swig of Coke. She's downing some gel. I feel like it's very early in the race to be downing Coke, but you know, I'm sure that's her thing, and she's used to it, and she's going to be doing what she does best. She's going to do a quick change of layers there, so get on a dry layer. Probably going to be a long sleeve again. Oh no, short sleeve. Wow, this is really throwing curveballs.
Maybe an underlayer.
Yeah. Getting on some deodorant, keeping the smells right.
I guess everyone's doing a proper reset at this aid station.
Yeah, I feel like it's an important one, you know, getting ready for the night ahead. You want to be starting the night feeling good and feeling comfortable. So yeah, she's definitely taking in a lot, which is good to see. I feel like she's taken in a lot more fluids and calories than what we saw Steph taking on.
Yeah, I didn't really see Steph get to have much at all, really, but Michaela's really prioritising her nutrition.
Yeah. Interesting, she ditched a long sleeve for a short sleeve, so I feel like she must be feeling pretty comfortable in this temperature. I hope she's going to be have everything she needs for the night ahead. Even though in 25 kilometers she'll be able to see her crew again. Oh yeah, so she is taking that layer with her, and she's going to take the waterproof. Maybe they are part of her mandatory kit and she needs to be carrying those.
Any last little bits?
So what do you think there, Jackie? She's spent the same amount of time as Steph in this aid station?
I think she spent about the same amount of time, but I feel like it was calmer and more organised. I think Steph was looking for something most of hers. But honestly, much of a muchness. I think, yeah, there was no real upsets that happened there.
Yep. And you can see here that there is a 450 meter gap between Steph and Michaela, as they both have now left the Isola aid station.
Discussing something there. $450 meters, that isn't much at all, and there's still a long way to go.
Yeah. And there was just 5.5 minutes separating them going into the Isola aid station. 5.5 minutes separating them as they entered into that aid station. And so Michaela definitely reduced the gap between her and Steph from that last aid station up at the high point at Refuge de Rabuons. And now she is she definitely reduced that gap just a little bit.
And the third woman is coming in now as well, very close behind. I'm excited to see the third female's aid station stop.
It is definitely a crux moment for all of these ladies as they come into these aid stations.
She's grabbed a few gels. Is that it? I think she's out of there. Oh my gosh, yes.
Sophia Schnabel, actually, she's not leaving just yet. I don't know if she's actually going to the bathroom or if she's going to go get some more snacks from the aid station. I think she's just going to the bathroom.
J'ai l'impression qu'elle cherche la sortie. Elle cherche la sortie et c'est vrai que c'est pas
Well, she's looking to refill her flask, I believe. Which is, yes, she's got a flask in her hand and she's looking to refill it.
Huh. She mustn't have had other ones to just swap over.
Oh, God, this is painful. I would
Wow.
love
Yeah.
her crew to help her out here.
I'm surprised she didn't have... Oh, this is a struggle, isn't it? I'm surprised she didn't just have 2 other bottles to just swap.
Yeah, ideally
Otherwise,
that
it's
is
been
a...
Oh.
Yeah, usually that is a great way to transition through an aid station, just having pre-filled bottles ready to go, as we did see was the case with Stephanie Case and also Michaela. And you can see that it really does save time, as you've seen here. Even as you can see, Sophia is filling up her flask, then drinking it, filling it up again. I mean, if she just had a bottle of water ready to go that she could have drunk out of,
she could actually...
whilst her crew just change those bottles. This is a real lesson for anyone out there. You can definitely cut a lot of time out of your aid station transitions if you have things readily prepared. I understand that not everyone might have access to spare soft flasks or whatnot, but it can really, really reduce your time in aid stations. But she's
Other
still
than the
looks
flask
like
debacle,
spirits.
she was quick. Yeah. I guess she just could have used that time to eat and reset a little bit rather than, refilling bottles.
Yeah, absolutely.
But she's off. I think that was the quickest aid station stop.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely all took time there. They all definitely spent a bit of time there. When you compare their transition to the lead male moving through that checkpoint, it was a world of difference. There was minutes there. But, you got to do what you need to do to feel comfortable and to feel ready for what lies ahead. And if that takes a couple extra minutes at an aid station, but it could save you a huge amount of time later on in the race. So it's super important to make sure you do what you got to do and then go from there.
Everyone's legs are probably a little bit stiff after that little break, and then they've got to warm up again for the next bit, for the next climb.
Yeah. And we can see that climb is pretty steep, like as soon as people are hitting it, they're getting their poles out and it's pretty tight. There's a lot of tight switchbacks in that climb, which indicates as well that it is pretty steep, and it's definitely Definitely going to wake the legs up again.
I wonder how she's feeling in this moment right now.
Yeah, I wonder if she knows as well. She's third female. Sophia Schnabel is going to take us into this short break as we watch the Nice by UTMB 100-miler unfold.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Excellent. Good call. All right, folks, we're back here with Michaela Lishakova in second place of the 100-mile distance here at Nice by UTMB, looking at this incredible bit of footage of her climbing up this mountainside, this treed mountainside terrain that you would only expect mountain goats to inhabit and cover. But these epic runners are getting it done. We have just seen them move through the aid station at Isola at 36 kilometers into the race, and they are shifting. Look at them zooming along.
This is where you've got to really just stay consistent up these climbs and not let up.
Yeah, these climbs make the bread and butter of the race here out in Nice.
And they've only probably got about an hour of daylight left, and then they're in for one heck of a long night out there.
I believe, Jackie, you were saying that the cutoff out here was 48 hours in total?
Yeah. Yeah.
48 hours. What? And someone is asking in the chat what happens if someone does not meet the cutoff. I
mean, they get given a DNF that did not finish, and yeah.
We've
Usually
never found them.
there's
People that didn't finish.
they've perished.
They were just left on the trail and they packed up all the course markings and we never heard from them again. No, everyone is safely escorted off the course. No one is left out there by themselves. But I think there are cutoff times at certain aid stations along the course, and if a runner doesn't meet that cutoff time, by the time they hit that aid station, they will be asked to stop. Very kindly, they'll be asked to stop. So, for example, the Isola aid station, which is at 36 kilometers, which is the one that we've seen these runners move through just recently, the cutoff time for that aid station is 11 p.m. on Friday. So local time, 11 p.m., which is 8 hours into the race. So if runners don't make it to that, if runners don't leave that aid station by 11 p.m., they will be cut off at that aid station. Every aid station from then to the finish has a different cutoff time. And so runners need to leave those aid stations before the cutoff time to be able to continue the race. And as long as runners do that, then they will most likely remain within that 48-hour cutoff, and they'll be able to continue the race within the race limits.
Exactly. So they're not just giving people a DNF in the middle of a certain section. It's usually before they head off from another checkpoint for safety.
Yep. So who's looking better, Jackie, in comparison? Michaela or Sophia?
I think Sophia might be looking a little stronger.
All right.
I don't know if she's getting full use of these poles right now. Get those arms moving.
Yes, Michaela Lishakova, age 37 years young.
Wow.
That's a cool shot there.
That is very cool.
You can see, Jackie, it's starting to get quite dark in that forest, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. The nighttime is looming. Yeah, I think that Sophia is moving a little bit stronger.
Rolling in these brightly coloured hokers, Sophia is. They are making their way around the trail scene, these bright green hokers, which I see a lot of people wearing.
Do they glow in the dark?
They very well might do. They are of that. They are of that colour that is very similar to the glow in the dark items. So yes, I think they might. If anyone can confirm in the chat whether these bright green hokers glow in the dark, Jackie will be rushing out the door to buy a pair because
I want glow in the dark runners.
Jackie's going to leave her contract for the glow in the dark runners for sure. You've heard it here first, folks.
Well, if they make you go
Jackie
faster as well.
Yeah, they will, especially in the nighttime. They'll make you go faster in the nighttime.
it must be bizarre for the runners looking back down, or if they catch a glance of Isola behind them, to think they went all the way down into there and now they're climbing all the way back out.
Yes, very much a part of the process in these races. Down and up, just consistently as they work their way across this massive expanse and this pretty incredible course. I mean, there's no other way to get 8,000 meters of elevation unless you just go up and down all day long.
Yeah. It probably feels a lot more like up, though.
It probably does. I mean, the amount of time that you spend on an uphill throughout the race compared to the amount of time that you spend on a downhill, I think it's quite a difference. All right, Jackie, sorry to report, but we've had 3 DNFs so far in this race. 3 people that have DNF'd, unfortunately. Hope they are doing all right. As you can see here, this is the epic leg tattoo that I mistakenly thought was a bunch of mud down Sophia's leg. But it is, in fact, one of the most epic leg tattoos that I've ever seen. So apologies for that. I thought it was she'd fallen over and just got a whole bunch of mud down her leg, but that was not the case. Just
either way,
hard to
she's
see
badass.
sometimes. Yes. Yeah, I can imagine that would have been a long time in a tattoo chair, getting something that big on your leg.
So there's less than 10 minutes between the top 3 women, which I think we knew was the case after seeing the aid station and watching it unfold. They are all super close to each other.
Yeah, it does look like that is the case.
Oh, it looks so beautiful there, doesn't it? You can hear the waterfalls.
Yeah, it's still a beautiful part of the world to be running.
Such varied terrain as they're going up these mountainous sections. I mean, it turns from green, grassy bits to, really muddy and slippery. Here we can see there's not much between the first 3 females climbing up the mountains here. Stephanie just ahead of Michaela, and then Sophia behind in 3rd.
Yep. These ladies are getting it done. As you said, this is the bread and butter of this kind of a race. You've just got to lock into these uphills, get the poles out, and just work away at it. Just chip away at these uphills. Steph Case here on screen, looking cool, calm, and collected. Has
always smiling
on some downhill. Yes, always looking pretty positive. So she's moving on that downhill now. So I'm sure she's going to be pretty happy with that. Little bit of a downhill, and then there's going to be another bit of a kicker uphill that she's going to be making her way to very shortly. But it's quite tight at the front of the women's race. Not as tight as it was at the front of the men's race, however. That was with the top 3 men working right next to each other.
Madge, do you want to know the best news ever?
Absolutely.
We get to hang out for so much of tomorrow as well, as we're covering some of the other races. Are you excited?
It's going to be a long hangout tomorrow, that is for sure. We are going to be live for pretty much 12 hours, starting from 7 a.m. local time as we watch the 50K kickoff. We're then going to get some awesome updates from the 100-miler, and we are also going to have the 100K is going to be unfolding as well. So look out, folks. It's going to be a day in the saddle. Jackie's going to be bringing her A game. It's going to be something else.
I will bring the A game.
Yeah, it's going to be A game material time for everyone, including everyone in the studio. It's going to be something special. And we'll be able to, as I said, catch some of that 100K as well.
Hopefully we'll have a few guests on to have a chat to as well.
Yes, I believe you're working on the guest appearances for tomorrow, Jackie. And leave that in your capable hands. I've reached out to everyone I can, and everyone said no. And I only reached out to 2 people because that's all I know, really. Because I just spend all my weekends on live streams.
Anyone,
which is amazing.
This is a shout out right now. Anyone who is friends with Mayo.
Friend recruitment.
If you want
friend recruitment drive.
Come on for an interesting chat tomorrow. Who do you think is going to be first female when the sun rises tomorrow?
Oof, that is a great question. I think it's going to be Steph Case. I do think it's going to be Steph Case. And I say that because I know Steph has a lot of experience in moving through the night and moving in high alpine terrain through the night. And I just feel like she's going to have more experience than these other 2 ladies in doing that. So I think she is very experienced in that space, and she is obviously moving super well right now, and is looking comfortable. Nothing suggests that she is going to give up that 5-minute lead as the night dawns, as the night falls, and as they move through that. So
I definitely thought the second and third female made up some ground on Steph in the descent into the third aid station. But now that they're climbing again, I think this is where Steph really shines. And I think she's going to be really solid through the nighttime.
Yeah, I think that is definitely going to be the case. And we have had the top 6 women pass through the Isola aid station, and they were quite close together. And the other good news is that only 30 minutes separates first place case to sixth place female. My Van Wee from Great Britain. So 30 minutes separating the top 6 women. It's obviously a bit of time, but it's a gap that
Anything's possible.
Anything's possible. There's so much more time left in the race to cover. Anything can happen with a 30-minute time gap.
Do you think any of these athletes are having any real food on this day out there?
I imagine they will at some point have some more real food, yes. But we didn't really see much of that happening at the last aid station, did we? They were really kind of focusing on the gels and the liquid nutrition.
If you had to choose between a potato or 2-minute noodles, what are you going for?
Potato all day.
Potato.
I mean, if it was if it was a question of a potato versus a croissant, I mean, I'd still go potato, right?
Really?
Well, I mean, what can you beat a potato?
Croissant.
I don't believe you can beat a potato
a croissant,
in any context.
A croissant's pretty. That's a hard one to go up against, especially if you're in France.
Apparently, the croissants are quite good in France. I believe it.
Yeah, apparently, I've heard that.
So, yes. But yeah, I mean, you can't beat a good potato. But I think these runners are going to be looking forward to a lot of things after they successfully navigate this course and this terrain for the full 100 miles. It is a very, very big effort out there for these runners. There's no joke as they really kind of grind away on this uphill.
Must just be thinking one foot in front of the other. Just keep moving forward. It's the name of the game, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, it's no joke. It's exactly what is going to take place.
So they're almost 6 hours in. And there is quite a high DNF percentage in this race, and I'm guessing a lot of that occurs during the nighttime when things go dark. As you mentioned, there's sadly been about 3 DNFs so far, but based on how many there probably will be, there's many, many more to come when things get really tricky and challenging through the evening.
Yeah, absolutely. It's
they say in 100. They say in 100 miles that the race doesn't really start until 120k in.
That sounds about right to me. So it's going to Yes, these runners have a long, long way to go. But if you do want to keep track of them through the night, you can go to live.utmb.world and head to the Nice standings and results, and you can track these runners all the way through the night, because we are going to be wrapping up this live stream very soon, and we are going to take a big long break until 7:15 a.m. local time tomorrow morning. As you can see, we're going to have a little bit of a race recap here as we wind down our live stream for tonight. These runners all took off together. This was the first start wave of many. The town of Aurore, as they kicked off at 1 p.m. in the afternoon local time. We saw it all unfolding at a rapid pace when this race started, as they passed through the very first aid station, Saint Etienne. You can see the crowds were out, the people were out, the local crew from that township out and about. And then we had Paul Shavnik just monstering up that climb and really making sure that he set the tone for the race that was ahead. The women were...
Kristen with no poles.
Yeah, and that is our Norwegian hero there, getting it done without any poles. A bit of a different tactic to many of the others. But you can see that they were making their way up to here, up to this Refugio at 2,500 meters, and then into the snow line, which was a nice little challenge for all of these runners as they made their way over the highest point of the race. They've got that out of the way, and that is behind them, and they will not have to deal with such elevations, although they have a long distance to go. You can see Steph working with the rest of the field, letting them go past as they need. And this was the front pack of three guys making their way into Isola at the same time together. You can see they were all in and out pretty quickly, and then they made their way out of town. And we can see this is the replay of Steph heading in and out of that aid station.
It was awesome to see the first three females in and out of that aid station, and their processes and systems, even though a lot of them I don't think went fully to plan.
Yeah, absolutely. But there is a lot of time to make up for any of that. As we have a look at the standings, just before we leave, we had Paul Shavnik leading the race, Nicholas Thomas second, Jeremy Nion third, Theo Lebodok in fourth, and Camille Tominet in fifth, as they are rolling through this race. Still pretty tight there. And yes, this race is very exciting at the front of the men's pack, as they all continue to work their way past that marathon distance. The women, Steph Case, Michaela Lishakova, Sophia Schnabel, Ellen Cheatham, and Maivanwi Hannah, rounding out the top five as they rolled through Isola at 36 kilometers into this 100-mile edition of the race. Jackie, what do you think so far? How do you think the night's going to shape up?
I'm pretty excited to see how it all unfolds. My predictions, though, I think it's going to be the same top three positioning tomorrow. What do you think?
Well, I don't think it's going to change an awful lot. But you're locking it in. I'll say it's going to be very similar. I think there's going to be a few changes. I don't know exactly what they are, but I'm going to keep one eye on it as they go through the night. But folks, join us again tomorrow, 7:15 a.m. local time. We will see you back there for the start of the 50K, the rest of the 100-mile, and a little bit of the 100-kilometer here at the Nice Côte d'Azur by UTMB for 2025. So we will see you tomorrow morning. Enjoy, and we'll see you soon.
See you.
An absolute pleasure to be back on the UTMB World Series. There's the man.
Oh,
the world is watching. We're live.
Merci à tous d'être présents.
That gap is melting.
bonjour à toutes, bonjour à tous et bienvenue.
Allez, c'est parti. What a race.
The mountains are calling now.
Il y a de l'UTMB index au mètre carré. And it is not over.
Oh no.
Insane.
That was fast. Welcome our champion. Oh man. Wow. Oh, one of the big jobs. Yes! Good work, Rod. Good work.
Try imagining a place where it's always safe and warm. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.